For the first time in human history, civilizations, cultures, and groups are compelled to relate to one another on a constant and continuous basis. Yet mutual ignorance exacerbated by mutual suspicion and hostility inhibits them from establishing ties that endure and flourish. Dialogue and mutual understandings are the prerequisites for building just and equitable relations between cultures and civilizations. Dialogue of Civilization, DOC, could help strengthen relationships and improve understanding regarding the fundamental principles and practices of various communities. Due to the fact that DOC was fast becoming a much-needed mechanism for discoursing issues that arise from the inevitable encounter between nations, ethnic groups, faith systems, ideologies, worldviews, and cultures, on the 13th of November 1996, the University Malaya Center for Civilizational Dialogue, UMCCD, was established.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Greetings from University Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. A warm welcome to everybody to the International Conference on Civilizational Dialogue, or ICONCIDI 2022. I am Duria Sharifah Hassan Adli, a research fellow at the University Malaya Center for Civilizational Dialogue, or UMCCD. I am honored that I have been given the task of being the MC throughout the 2 days of this conference, which will include 3 sessions for today and another 3 sessions tomorrow. This is actually the third ICONCIDI conference series organized by UMCCD after the success of the 2 similar conferences held in 2019 and 2017 respectively. Some of you may have remembered that the last one was held also in August, but in 2019, but a physical face-to-face conference. Okay, so after the long hibernation due to the pandemic, we are back with another exciting ICONCIDI, although a virtual one. The theme for this year is the future of civilization, reimagining sustainability. To start ICONCIDI 2022, I would like to introduce to you the pillar responsible for making ICONCIDI 2022 a reality, Prof. Dr. Azizan Baharudin. Although I'm sure many of you already know who she is, but let me just highlight a few key points because she has warned me not to talk too long not to introduce her for too long a time. Okay, but I thought it would be interesting. It is interesting to share the fact that Prof. Azizan received her first degree in biology from the University of Tasmania, Australia. And only later, in 1989, she started her journey into the discipline of where she is today, when she did her PhD in philosophy of science and Islam from the University of Lancaster, United Kingdom. As you know, she specializes in several areas such as environmental ethics, religion and sustainable development, Islam and science, bioethics, and also inter-civilizational dialogue. So based on her specializations, she has published more than 300 books, chapters, etc. And she's also active in several governmental and NGOs connected with her areas of specialization, as well as being a member of various advisory and consultative committees for various ministries in Malaysia. So there's a long list of the various appointments that she has been given the task to either locally or internationally. And of course, based on these various works and contribution, she has received a couple of awards, the latest one being the Langkawi Award in 2016 from the Ministry of Natural Resources. Okay, just wrapping up, Prof. Azizan, before she rejoined she was the Director General of ICIN. And so we are very happy to have her back here as the Director of Center for Civilizational Dialogue. There is a Malay proverb that says, seperti sirih pulang ke gagang. So we are happy to have her here today, and she's also the chairholder of UKMY as the Chair for Sustainability. So Prof. Dr. Azizan Baharudin will deliver her welcoming speech and subsequently moderate session 1. Which include a plenary keynote address and also 2 paper presentation. Dipersilakan Prof. Azizan. Datuk.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Duria. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wa mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Respected and honored guests, professors, Dato, invited speakers, moderators, and presenters, ladies and gentlemen, participants of the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be with you and a very, very good morning to all. On behalf of the University Malaya Center for Civilizational Dialogue, the UM Sustainable Development Center, the UKM YSD Chair for Sustainability, as well as the University Malaya UNESCO Club, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you to this two-day international conference on civilizational dialogue 2022 or ICONCIDI 2022. With the theme, The Future of Civilization, Reimagining Sustainability. As you are aware, last year was the 25th anniversary of the UMCCD, which was established to begin with the main objective of providing an alternative to the then prevailing theory of the clash of civilizations by the American political scientist Samuel P. Huntington. With increasing globalization, aided by the rapid advances in the telecommunication technologies, Huntington concluded that the clashes of civilizations would be an inevitable reality. Of particular threats to the West in his thinking were the yellow, representing the Chinese civilization, and the green, representing the Islamic civilization, perils, respectively. Scholars of the East and of Islam in particular, and some of them were at the University of Malaya at that time, knew better, perhaps, and they felt that it is only fair and it should be an imperative for everyone to push forward for an alternative theory of peaceful coexistence among the different civilizations of the world. In fact, the first international conference organized by the Center, and which actually was the raison d'etre for the establishment of the Center, was to encourage dialogue of civilizations for peace. The first director of the Center and the founding father of the UMCCD was Professor Dato' Osman Bakar, the then Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Malaya. Professor Osman Bakar will be our keynote speaker in session 5, and we will have the privilege to listen and talk to him tomorrow afternoon, inshallah. The significance of the Dialogue of Civilizations, or DOC, of course, reached its peak in 2001, which marked the United Nations Year for the Dialogue of Civilizations. And I think we can still celebrate this fact even till today. With the proclamation of the Earth Charter, launched in 2009, the quest for peace through dialogue was extended to, as well as translated into, the concept of sustainable development with its 17 goals launched in 2015. Fast forward to today, the Sustainable Development Goals, which are to be achieved in 2030, have become the responsibility of all of us to work on or at, and the dialogue of civilization certainly has an important role to play. In the context of DOC, the Sustainable Development Goals aim to bring peace and prosperity to all people by 2030, and contrary to the belief of some quarters who say that the SDGs objective is to uniformize all cultural systems, the sustainability of civilizational and cultural uniqueness, in fact, lie in all of us engaging and dialoguing with one another, as stipulated by Sustainable Development Goal number 17 itself, which is partnership to achieve the goals. So it might be ironical to say that, but that's goal number 17, the last one. But the irony is, without this goal being achieved, that is partnerships being formed through dialogue, the quest for achieving the other goals, 16 goals, might be weakened somewhat. So therein lies, we think, of the importance of the dialogue of civilizations. And in the context of the Anthropocene, that is the fact that it is human beings that are responsible for the current unsustainability crisis that we are all facing. Changes in human behavior that are necessary hinge significantly on their belief systems, on our belief systems. That is cultural and civilizational values, as well as ethics. As such, this is why we at the UMCCD, as well as our co-organizers, have taken this initiative to hold this conference with the theme, Reimagining Sustainability for the Future of Human Civilization. We especially thank our keynote speakers, Professor Dato' Osman Bakar, Chair of Epistemology and Civilizational Studies and Renewal at ISTEC, International Islamic University, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Ananta Durapaya, Director UNESCO Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development, India, Professor Tariqullah Khan of Istanbul. She is a Professor of Finance and Economics from Zaim University, Turkey. Professor Ibrahim Muhammad Zain, Professor of Comparative Religion, Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar. Associate Professor Alicia Nasruddin. She's a futurist from the University of Science, Malaysia. Our own social environmentalist, Associate Professor Sharina Abdul Halim. She's the Deputy Director of Institute for Environment and Sustainability in UKM. We also thank very, very much our moderators, Associate Professors Zuljasri Abdul Razak from IIUM, Associate Professor Wendy Yunitian, Associate Professor Dr. Chai Li Ching, Associate Professor Dr. Duria Hassan Adli herself, Associate Professor Dr. Vishalachi Balakrishnan, Mr. Collins Chong Yu Kiat, and of course, our 10 paper presenters. Together, all of our speakers and moderators will share with us 16 wonderful sessions that will cover a wide spectrum of sub-themes we think most relevant to our quest for the meaning and substance of civilizational sustainability for now and the future, inshallah. And now, to begin our first session, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Associate Professor Dr. Alicia Nasruddin, who will share with us her keynote on the topic of the future of civilizations and dialogue of civilization. So Associate Professor Alicia is a foresight in organizational transformation and social innovation specialist, and she is head of the CSR research at Graduate School of Business, USM. In the past 20 years, she has incorporated both philosophical as well as technical oriented approaches in research, training, and teaching on subjects related to organizational transformation, ethics, corporate social responsibility, social enterprise, operations and supply chain management, foresight and futures, episteme, wildcard scenarios, sustainable heritage, and social innovation. She is currently the coordinator of the Qualitative Research Methodology course for the DBA program, as well as facilitator for the MBA specialization courses on sustainable development and social enterprise. And amongst the key frontiers of research and academic forums, which she currently focuses on are public value of business schools, futures living heritage in civilizational dialogue, future of civilization in a post-growth economy. There you are. I think we've captured the right person to speak about the future of civilizations to begin our conversation for these 2 days. So without further ado, Associate Professor Dr. Alicia, we ask you to take the floor. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Azizan, and a very warm welcome to the host, the secretariat, and the presenters for today's session. So if I could just share my slides, I hope I can do this. Right, yeah, if I may ask, can Prof. Can you view my slides?
Yes, I can. It's very clear. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Move this away. Okay. So what's before I begin, maybe I can formally start the session with my normal greetings. Thank you so much to the committee and the organizer of today's session conference, which is Center for the Civilization and Dialogue. So I'm most appreciative for this opportunity to share my own sharing and knowledge and years of experience in the area of futures. I may be out of tangent a little bit here and there. If I do so, you may align me through questions during the sharing and caring session. My approach is to actually share more so about the context of foresight or the context of anticipation about the future with regards to civilizations and dialogue of civilizations. So I apologize for if it's a little bit abstract here and there, but I will do my best to align it to as much as possible to the current thoughts and the current discussion with regards to how we view about the dialogue of civilizations. So before I begin, if I could bring in the context of my presentation today, it is looking at the context of looking at foresight, or the discipline that I come from is futures discipline. It is with an S, future with an S. It is actually a scientific discipline that understands and review the world from a systematic context or systematic approach, whether quantitative or qualitative. I have been doing a lot of research from a qualitative angle because since 2007, there is a lot of research we do at University Science Malaysia, especially on the foresight of higher education institution then. And from that point, a lot of other disciplines, I've used it in other disciplines, especially in sustainable development or sustainability by itself. So if I could follow on from here, if you look at my title here, I'm looking at the context of futures of learning. When we talk about civilizations and dialogue of civilizations, the video that was shared just now was looking at the context of cultural uniqueness, how we can come together, share, and be able to commune and connect with one another in a harmonious manner. Yet, while we talk about this, there is a lot of new developments in the world we come from, and a lot of it has to come with how we learn anything, how we view anything, and a lot of it has what I will call it the futures of learning, because this is the context of where we are that is shaping in a big way the dialogue of civilizations into the future. So we talk about futures learning has to do with how we learn, what we know, what we like, what we don't like, what we value and what we don't value. And it is actually done through an environment that is very much a big part influencing how we work, how we live, what we value. And that would be the context of the digital economy. And here is where I question, are we living in a used futures? So that being the case, if I move forward, is this, I have a first question in mind. This digital economy we're living in, is this a digital utopia landscape where we're never offline, where we're always using our handphone wherever we are, and that perhaps is a basis for our communication, for a lot of what we call building commonality, perhaps through the media, building communication, and building a lot of agreements or disagreements through this digital landscape. That being the case, how utopian is this digital landscape? Being never offline, such a great thing to do, right? Because we have communication right in our fists, right in our hands at any one time. And that's the basis of all our communication, whether we're referring to a young child, to a youth, to the early adults, or even the aging society itself. So it is definitely a utopian landscape, is it not? And if you think about it, this dominion of digital economy, if you will, is actually pitting the new versus the old, where we're saying that at the end of the day, the technology is the all-encompassing part of our life. And anything that's old can be considered as books, workbooks, pen, paper, telephones that you pick up and you call one another. I don't see any more telephone booths anywhere in Malaysia at all, right? In any part of our country. And so technology is and should be the enabler, is it not? To help us be a better society, to help us get through our lives, to help us feel more harmonious with one another, to help us feel that there is something that we are working together in sync. That would be the utopian world we would expect, right? Yeah, and this is therefore some points of view about these emerging promises of this digital landscape. I just will pick up a few of it. It's about equalizing learning, normalizing access to knowledge, and nurturing collaborative learning. That is the ideal, is it not? So you go to university, there's a lot of online learning. You can learn a lot of it through flipped classroom, where you study a little bit of what you have through online, and you go to university, and you're supposed to be able to add new knowledge, add value to it, internalize it at different level. And you should be able to have collaborative learning, and that's beautiful. That's very utopian. Another one of it could be what we call, you're able, if it's our business, a digital economy, new market penetrations. You can have online transactions, hybrid business models, wonderful, wonderful new approach to understanding markets, the economy, be able to access new frontiers, build on new products, new services, and that is definitely utopian, right? Now, this is what we actually currently have, at least in Malaysia. Right, and I'm very sure there are a lot of research that shows that this is the same as going on all over the world. So this is what we have, 4 types of learning going on out there, where the top is succeeding. They're coming from rich families and elite schools. The middle is surviving, white collar, middle to upper middle income families. The bottom is sinking. They're the lower middle and lower income families or micro businesses. And we have the excluded. They're disappearing, homeless, natives, informal sector family slums. They have no access to technology per se. Even if you talk about education per se, they're totally not connected. I mean, during the pandemic, this was what's happening, right? And now we are trying to get through the past by figuring out face-to-face how to do this. Yet we have a lot of issues with how to do this, actually, how to move forward with the current four types of online tech-centered education. And this is actually also true across many generations moving forward, not just amongst the younger generations, but also among the youths and also early adult learners. Now, then I ask a question. Therefore, is the future of digital economy a dystopia for us? Is this a dystopia, right? So if you look at digital transformation, in 2019, an article in Harvard Business Review said that digital transformation is not about technology. It is not about technology, right? It is basically how when we talk about digital transformation, we need to be able to understand that it is about how we actually use technology to enable us to move to the next frontier of improvements in the society at all fronts, which also means that it is not necessarily about using advanced technology, because back then in prehistoric days, even certain tools there are no prehistoric tools during the prehistoric days. They are technology per se, right? So in other words, a pen is still a technology, is it not? Right? So digital transformation is not necessarily about technology. And this particular article in Scientific American shows us that in 2006, right? Is this a fact or fiction? NASA spent millions to develop a pen that would write in space, whereas the Soviet cosmonauts used a pencil. All right. So, the Soviet cosmonauts, they were actually more successful. You could not write with a pen, but you could write with a pencil, right? So when we think about how we think about technology, we are always thinking of innovation, disruptive innovation, yet we don't think about what we have in our lives that are considered as part of a parcel of transformation for us, right? So we need to be clear of what we mean about moving forward in our society, and what kind of dialogue with the civilization that is being impacted because of the influences of digital economy, actually. So if the essence of education, which is the learning, what we learn, how we learn, what we value, right? If the essence of learning is not about the medium, which is technology, but it's more about substance, which is the knowledge. If we want to have dialogue of civilizations, we need knowledge, right? And so knowledge doesn't necessarily come from the medium, which is technology. Knowledge is anywhere. Knowledge is through our communication, through our interaction, through our own internalization and learning about what that facts in front of us are all about. How do we analyze these facts? So it's about the substance. So if that's the case, then we need to focus from learning about technology. We need to focus towards the idea of learning about the substance, not learning about the technology. But yet, everywhere right now, it is all about, do you know this advanced technology or not? Right? If you don't, then you consider as stupid. You have to know all the different aspects of technology that will help you deliver the message, supposedly. But are we learning the substance at the end of the day? Right? So, point therefore is, are we in the use features of digital economy? So in the foresight area, we talk about futures, but we talk also about use futures. In other words, a future that is outdated, a future that is not bringing us to the point of where we can become a much more harmonious society, actually. As we know, within the digital economy, right, there are a lot of fights among them, so among the giants, where there is a lot of manipulation going on, and at the end of the day, it's we, the customers, who are subservient to all these massive products and services coming through the digital economy. So I went ahead and worked out a futures wheel with a group of researchers at the MBA school, and we came up with this futures of learning and futures wheel about the emerging issues towards 2050, where we talk about an area where digital priorities or digital technology competencies are important. And if you think through this particular wheel, futures wheel, about the futures of learning, has a lot of implications in whatever field you talk about. It can be the field of energy, it can be future of energy, it can be future of green economy. In this case, it is a future or implications for dialogue of civilizations. If you will, I may not be able to go through the whole futures wheel, but I just want to show you that it starts from the center, which is digital priorities, where if we take a part of a futures wheel, we start with the spokes wheel, which is the digital priorities or digital technology competencies. This is the priority of any society that's considered as moving forward, developed, sophisticated, or a civilized society, if you will, right? You got to be a smart city. You got to be a city that is connected to the digital economy. So if you look at digital technology competencies, and you look at the first, second, third order impact, the first order impact will be the green circles. The second order impact will be the yellow, the red circles, and the third order impact will be the blue circles. If I were to reduce this, and you can see the whole picture, this is what it looks like. But it's the third order impact. So when we say about first, second, third order, we're referring to if we have digital priorities or digital technology is a big part of our lives, what is the impact of it? One of them would be unequal access to digital learning technologies, which is the case right now. And what's the second order impact? Right, so I'm going to make this bigger. So there is a lot of urban learning or modernization and RR 4.0 as a fundamental. So you've got to make sure that that everyone is on par, that IR 4.0 is there, and we have a lot of research on IR 4.0. Malaysia is prioritizing this. A lot of urban learning, modernization, big part of it is IR 4.0. So there's a lot of infrastructures going on. There's a lot of development of smart cities, sustainable cities as part. That's a big part of digital economy. So what happens here is that because of that, there will be a contrasting development right now, which is happening at this point in time. There is a further rise in the slow food movement and creation of leisure education within constrained spaces. We need to find an alternative to that, where we are always online. So we want to find that point in time where we're able to get away from all these digital influences. So there's a lot of talk about urban farming, slow food movement, creation of leisure education but it is within constrained spaces as well. And because of that, this is the third order impact. And because of how we are experiencing very little of this, and a very small pocket of society is doing, especially more coming from the aging society. What we have is, we have the dotted circles here, is that consequence that is what we call, could this be happening in the future, where data analytics and hyperhistory changes the role of instincts and experiences of learning, where in the future it is not, we don't connect to how we see, feel, and touch and connect with the nature as much, but our history is very much linked to what we know, what we see through technology. It is not through our experiences. It's not through our learning. It's not through our downfalls, through what we see as quote unquote failures, which is actually more of so experiences, because experiences can be simulated. And what does it do to how we see the values of dialogue of civilization? How do we see about our own cultural values, about the world we are, where we come from, right? Because it's so much simulated. So another potential is, if you go from first, second to order impact, is this, which is even more alarming when you look at it. And that is this, that that the unpredictable identity of self and life missions and connectedness with communities. How are we connected to communities by 2050? And how do we see ourselves? How do we see other humans around us? How do we see our connection with nature? How do we see our connection with communities? And so that is really, really alarming, because the learning, the context of learning that it comes from is from a very, very focused, influence context of values that is being penetrated through the digital economy per se, and that is being influenced through what we call capitalism at hand, right? So that becomes also another issue. And the last one is, how do we redefine the meaning of happiness and well-being in learning? All right, how do we understand what happiness is, what well-being is in a part and parcel of future learning? So when you talk about dialogue of civilization, is it being influenced by capitalism? Is it influenced by what is the value surrounding digital economy? What is going on here? So are we in a used futures? Should we take it back and understand, asking new questions, reimagine what essentially should be the dialogue of civilizations? So let me also move to the next point here, that just now Prof. Dr. Azizah was talking about the whole context of SDG 17, SDG 2030, and so forth. So I have in here, we are very preoccupied right now about sustainable cities for 2030, right? Especially in Malaysia, for that matter. So there is a need. No matter how we look at it, we are living in a world where capitalism influences every part, every inch of our world, our lives. But we need to understand, is there such a thing as humanistic capitalism surrounding this whole context of 17 goals at all, right? Is there such a thing? So then, therefore, if you look at technology, which is a very part of our lives, and its implications for dialogue of civilization, right? There are a few points here that I'm raising here. Can we have humanistic capitalism in an era where we need to have dialogue of civilizations that is not being influenced by the profit motive of capitalism? Can we have a world where, when we talk about dialogue of civilizations, we are not negatively impacted by the future of work and the future of 21st century skills, which are being bordered by what the capitalist wants us to be, how we redefine, how we think ourselves, what is success in our lives, right? So again, then, because of digital penetration is a big part of our lives, there's always the impact of low digital penetration, high digital penetration. It will always be part of our lives. So there is a lot of undesirable and desirable impacts of it. So how do we connect that? How do we think about the dialogue of civilization surrounding this whole context of low digital penetration? Because that is where everything is moving towards. All right. And so this is very important. We understand that if we want to have digital technology as part of life, and we want it to be an enabler, right? So that we can work on the substance and in what we call dialogue of civilization, there is a need for us to question this whole context of digital economy, right? So there are a few other things that I want to raise here. We have been colored big time by COVID-19. So we're going to post-pandemic environment here. And these key questions that runs through our life the past 2.5 years is still part of our lives. And actually, COVID-19 has changed our perspective of what is important in the future in many ways, right? It should be, or have we forgotten? And so because of that, if I were to put this context, therefore, right, the future of digital economy, which is both positive and it has its negative context to it, right, have a role to play in shaping the dialogue of civilization. Not only that, the future of social justice post-pandemic have a role to play in influencing the dialogue of civilizations. So these two aspects, digital economy and social justice, play a role in how it shapes the dialogue of civilization, or should be the other way around, where the dialogue of civilizations must come forward, resurface in a different way to take on a different context of what digital economy is about, so that we do not face a situation where social justice is being impacted. So again, if we talk about the future, right, we must ask questions. If we want to reimagine the future of civilization or reimagine sustainability in that context, therefore we need to ask new questions for the day, right? So if that being the case, and if we just pick one topic called sustainable cities of the future, right, future of sustainable cities, then we need to ask a few questions. Now, I just picked some of them. It could be, why does future of sustainable cities become critical in the 21st century? What purpose does any transformation serve? What do we mean by transformation? What does a dialogue of civilization make? Where does dialogue of civilization come in here, right? So another good question to ask is, what has gone wrong today that we need transformation? Is there any transformation that we need? What are the radical shifts in the 21st century? Asking anyone to ask certain questions like how stakeholders are negatively or positively impacting the ecosystem today, right? So these are key questions that will help reshape what dialogue of civilizations are about. And more important, because of pandemic, post-pandemic, right? What lifestyle changes our society, organizations starting to pay more attention now that those with influence is not paying attention. So in other words, if we think about it, right, if we have forgotten and we've gone back to business as usual when it comes to back to work, we have gone through quite a lot of learning curve. There's a big learning curve we went through during the pandemic. But if we left it aside, it is actually quite pitiful if we do not take it on in a positive manner. So there are certain lifestyle changes that has happened during the last 2.5 years. But can we galvanize it? Can we move it to the next level? Can dialogue of civilizations play a role in this? So one way to understand this is to look at typology scenarios of the future. And normally we do this by looking at scenario quadrant mapping or impact problem matrix. And a lot of times futurists look at 4 types of scenarios: brewing storm, wildcard scenario, business as usual scenario, and flash in the pan. And if you talk about the scenarios that we want to, that has an impact in our lives that we've forgotten or we did not know that came on right smack in front of our face, COVID-19 was actually a wildcard scenario because it was a future that we did not expect to happen. It was an unlikely future, but if certain events happened, it led to that, which was the case. It came in rapid succession to us, and there were severe consequences due to our lack of preparation. That was a wildcard scenario. So COVID-19 was a wildcard scenario, right? So in futures of foresight, the 2 key scenarios that we want to tinker through is actually brewing storm and wildcard scenario. These are the 2 scenarios that if it happens, it has a bad consequences in our life. And brewing storm is actually a scenario where you can watch the signs happen. And when you watch, you need to note, you got to come up with actions to stop it from become true. become a reality. So, and in order to understand what's a wildcard, potentially wildcard or brewing storm, you got to be able to do certain analysis about the future. So here, if I bring it smaller, and normally we need to be able to look at the push-pull factors. So if you talk about the dialogue of civilizations, there are a lot of current issues or emerging issues in the society that play a role, and that we can just pick on a few, if you want, in different aspects, whether it's society, technology, economics, sustainability, or politics, that play a role that emerges, that gives us a sign whether there is potentially brewing storm out there or potentially wildcard scenario. So I'm just going to play out with you a few things here and show you an example of a future scenario that has an impact on dialogue of civilization. For example, here, that what if you look at two-quarter mapping of rising injustices and digital literacy? We know that digital economy is here to stay into the future, and you either are in a category whether you are a low degree of digital literacy or high degree, or you can also be an environment where you are suffering from rising injustices, or in a status quo where it is everything remains the same, or even worse, where there are no injustice, yet there is not much improvement anyway, right? Status quo, it is where we are. So these are the four types of scenarios where you can consider as brewing storm, wildcard, flash in the pan, or business as usual, right? So if I were to take one example of a scenario into the future that that we need to consider, that has an impact on the civilization, or in the what we call the idea of a dialogue of civilization, right? If you have a situation, we have rising injustices and high degree of literacy. What if you are in this? Because if you are in a high degree of literacy and you have rising injustices, you are definitely looking at a brewing storm. But let's look at this brewing storm. What are the characteristics of this brewing storm? In a situation we have high degree of digital literacy and rising injustices, we can expect that as it is, the emerging issues here right now, there is an obsession with urban lifestyle, right? Everyone is expected to move towards an urban lifestyle. Even we talk about urban transportation or green transportation, the idea is to get as many people to move towards accessing e-transportation. Either you own it or you access the available transport, public transport available. Again, it's about obsession with urban lifestyle. There is a lot of density in urban locations, right? And low communal connection, of course, right? Because of the way we live, high-rise buildings, going to work early before dawn, coming after dusk. There is no connection, a communal connection. Work-life imbalances, more so now with all the traffic going on, it is skewed towards productivity of workplace and high automation. Local wisdom is not valued as opposed to knowledge-based technology. It has to be knowledge-based. Local wisdom may not have advanced technology within it. So if you talk about sustainability and valuing the indigenous knowledge in local wisdom, how marine life should work, how you should connect with biodiversity, it may not be necessarily encultured because it has no tag to the knowledge-based technology. Access to information about society and data analytics lead to, of course, more consumerism, more for use, important information for use for marketing purposes. Therefore, this is important for quote-unquote positive or negative manipulation, if you will. And aging society can be marginalized in that context. So this is what's going on in a brewing storm environment, right, as we move forward. Now, in a wildcard scenario is when you have rising injustices, but lower degree of literacy. You don't expect this to happen. If you move forward, you can expect that many of us have high degree of literacy, right, at some point. And yet, if you have rising injustices, can you have both that combination going on? If that is so, what are the characteristics? This can be the characteristics where Poverty amongst communities are compensated with subsidies. So if you have that going on, you help support them. There may be a lot of protests and demonstrations over unsatisfaction. Social security continues, dependence on government continue. Low awareness for shared economy or social capacity for change is limited, because it's all about, it's more for me, how can I live and improve my life, survival of the fittest. Younger generation adopts and embraces new technology with imbalanced apprenticeship and low understanding of civic society. Investors influence over what well-being lifestyle means. Social media takes on a new revolution towards anti-modernization, because there is a lot of opportunity for the activists to come in and have a say in what's good and what's bad, because that's what's happening right now. Anyway, we have a lot of different views, different issues that we do not know what's fact and what's fiction now. And political fallout and recession due to next pandemic or climate change may come through. Again, to what extent we are moving towards improving on climate change, there is a question mark, right? So this is what we call a wildcard scenario. We don't expect that to happen, because we want to find ways to solve this problem. But if it does happen, right, this may be the characteristics. Now, I do not want to go through business as usual or flash in the pan, because this type of scenario, it is a scenario where we are today. So a lot of times we don't see there's a problem with digital literacy. Everyone hopefully will join on the wagon. Everything's on the status quo. So there is low impact of it affecting the society. These are some of these examples of characteristics of it, right? And the other one, of course, is also flash in the pan, where, you know, if there's any problem, we can douse the fire. So everything is going to be good. At the end of the day, we will survive and we'll find a way to solve the problem. So this, when we talk about the first two scenarios here, where the brainstorm and walkout, we need to understand that when that happens, all right, it is going to be too late to handle this, right? So if you talk about dialogue of civilization, we need to anticipate what kind of future we want, so that we are able to have an influence over the cultural values of the society, where we have an influence over what it means to have harmony, what it means to have a collaborative platform together, right? If you want to move towards sustainability. So that being the case, we need to learn to anticipate a utopian worldview, if you will. What is that anticipation that we have in mind? So if you talk about digital economy, right? Now, it's not just about knowing the technology, working with the technology. So if we talk about implications for dialogue of civilizations, right, there are actually 7 types of digital literacy, if you will. It's not just using the technology, it is also what we call, of course, the first one we call digital construction, which is how do you use the technology, but moving beyond that, how do you communicate with one another in a much more fruitful manner, right? Digital civic literacy, digital critical literacy, digital creative literacy, digital conflict literacy, digital cultural literacy. So are we understanding this well enough, right? It's not just about the digital tools to achieve a goal, it's more than that. And are we questioning this? Actually, are we questioning this? So then, therefore, we need to think about the futures of learning and the imagination of futures of civilization because of that. And these are some questions I put forth. And all these questions go back to one key point. At the end of the day, if you look at all these bullets, the last point is, what could relearning and reimagining the future of civilizations be? Because it is a future generation that's going to take the place. They are what we call the centaurs of learning. Or the man-machine. They are the ones going to go through what we call the man-machine interface. They are embracing the man-machine interface in the 2050, which means that they are both man and machine at the same time. They're internalizing, or would be the machine internalizing the man. So that's even more worrying for us. So the man-machine interface is a metaphor. Centaur is a metaphor for man-machine interface, where you are half man and half animal in that sense. where you are half man body and the half is not a man, and that your integration with the learning with machine is totally different. It's a totally different world where singularity of learning becomes predominant here, and learning becomes so fast and furious that just imagine what could be the future of civilization because of the futures of learning that is happening so fast in this digital world. So we need to understand that we, each of us representing different stakeholders, different institutions, have a role to play in ensuring that the futures of civilization is what we imagine could be and should be moving forward. So if I were to point out some point of views here about cultural values is a big part of dialogue civilizations, but it's very much led by RR 4.0, business society. So if you think of that, if you take any of this, right, how does happiness and livelihoods manifest in a high-tech society, right? How do you build tolerant communities who are able to collectively support and respond to any future disaster and pandemic in this digital economy? How does human bonds and lives of future generations be like, right? So these are important cultural values, and they are actually a big part of uniqueness of different culture, different religion. Yet when you come together, there need to be a harmony in terms of what we see. And it must actually transcend this whole context of green capitalism, green economy, green transitions that we're moving towards actually, right? So again, some other points I want to raise here, that at the end of the day, if we talk about civilization, dialogue of civilization, corporate citizenship is important. And corporate citizenship play a role here. And a lot of our dialogue of civilization must point back towards corporate citizenship. To what extent, if you look at this red highlight, can be achieved, can be influenced through dialogue of civilizations. Among other things, it's urban commons, right? Urban commons must be a big part of sustainable city. When we say urban commons, we're talking about how resources are being shared. Our resources must be part and parcel of not something that is privatized, but something that we co-own together, work together, and support and make it and take care and nurture together. And these are what we call the natural resources around us, right? And that we are not thinking through as well as we should right now. Okay. And of course, the other big one I want to talk about is decolonization as a word, as a phrase that's important. If you talk about dialogue of civilization, decolonization of cultural hegemony must be a big part of what we believe in, that any cultural hegemony of what is appropriate into the future in a digital world must be something that we should be alert towards, and something that we have to understand that we need to decolonize our mental frame first before we can even look into the solutions and problems related to it, right? So I consider that if we talk about anticipation and role of dialogue civilization, there's a lot of futures literacy or futures literacy that can come through the point of context here when we talk about digital landscape. A lot of this we need to relearn and unlearn. Digital divide, digital childhoods. Now they are both positive and negative in the sense that we may have very little digital childhoods in us for those who are in the Generation X, but the Generation Z and beyond, they have a lot of digital childhoods surrounding them. How do they see civilization? How do you see the context of dialogue of civilizations? Digital dangers. What are digital dangers that we have to confront? What are our digital priorities in effect? And that is where we need to RR 5.0. Here, when we say RR 4.0, we're talking about the ethical stance within it. It is beyond RR 4.0. And so that we talk about then 21st century local wisdoms. And at the end of the day, dialogue of civilization must move towards livelihood competencies. Livelihood competencies is the key. It's not 21st century individual competency, but livelihood competencies. How do we live together? What is our future's living heritage? What is that, right? What is that? And therefore, it needs what we call, as what Prof Prof was saying just now, that we need to understand that we need to work with a 17th SDGs collaborative framework. That is a big part of it, but we must see it from the context of livelihood competencies. So again, these are normal cultural values that we have to look into the future, but it has to be seen from a shared future moving forward, dialogue of civilizations. Can we have that in the digital landscape that we are in right now? These are all that I point here are very important cultural values, yet how we see is being tainted, is being manipulated, is being formed, reshaped every day through the digital landscape we come from, through the kind of learning we are embracing every day. So I would like to share here that if you want to talk about anticipating the future of dialogue civilizations, we need to look at it through a sharing economy. We need to look at it through, in a world where there's digital landscape, there needs to be social innovation. And it covers the different stakeholders in here. There are 7 trends. The role of government is important. The role of citizenship advocacy is important. The role of, if we talk about entrepreneurs, is not the big companies anymore. It is about the small entrepreneurs. They are the ones who must play a big role in collaborating with the big companies. We need to pivot the SDG goals towards critical themes in dialogue civilizations. We need to look at the influence, positive influence of social media rather than pit it against what is happening, what's bad with social media. We need to understand the bottom-up multiple centers of knowledge is coming from society, and the society is the leadership. The leadership must come from society. And last but not least, in Malaysia, we talk about symphonic network of gotong royong. So during the pandemic, there was a lot of gotong royong going on where we work together. We need to bring that, continue to bring that. And that becomes the external focus of our ecosystem, if you will, using the phrase for from sustainability context point of view. So gotong royong is a very unique aspect of the culture of Malaysia, and it transcends all religion, all culture, and that is something that we need to consider as a big part of humanity moving forward. And various ways of doing initiatives, doing it must, again, as I said, people-centered, right? So these are some examples of coming up with different initiatives, different ideas that can help foster dialogue of civilizations. If I could, in more advanced nations, there's a lot of what they call labs of social innovation, where societies come together to actually lead the way towards confronting climate change issues, among others. So this is something we need to do more of it. And it is actually a lot about interaction coming together. It is actually outside of technology. It is actually being directed through communal connection, working together. It is beyond capitalism. It is actually looking at social capacity for change, among others. So that is actually a big part of where dialogue of civilization can come in, interspersed in labs of social innovation. And so I would say, my last slide says here that what we want at the end of the day is to decolonize our mentality of use futures on digital landscape, re-energize the positive role of dialogue of civilization, and in order to increase the positive impact of collaborative framework, we need to look at our local wisdom in sharing economy. That is where we will play a big role in transcending the influences coming from consumerism, coming from the digital economy that is in very big way influencing how we understand what cultural values are all about. So it is about dialogue of civilization and imagining, if you will, understanding the futures of learning, looking at capitalism from a humanistic point of view. And when you do that, you're looking at science plus arts. There's a lot of creativity that has to be pumped in. If not, we are very subjugated towards the whole idea of man-machine interface can actually influences the whole notion of what creativity and positive imagination can come about in a much more what we call a humanistic manner. So I believe that at the end of the day, the dialogue civilization, there's a lot of positive context to it when we think about it, that if it's vision directed, there's inclusiveness, conscious, there's ethics centered, we can recharge social mobility for change in the digital economy. So I hope one way or another, my sharing helps us to paint the way for the next couple of hours, what it means as we philosophize or discuss further about the dialogue of civilization. So with that, thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Azizan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alicia. I'm just overwhelmed by the presentation, and I say that with the greatest humility, respects, and awe. Yeah, we are not in the business of masuk bakul angkat sendiri, but seriously, after dabbling with future studies myself. Once I taught this subject at the undergraduate level in University of Malaya, what I learned from my colleagues in the future studies area has stuck with me forever actually. And today we at the center up to 25 years, as I try to briefly explain just now in the small speech, what next? Yeah, what next? We initially wanted to put forward an alternative to the clash of civilizations theory, but right now I think we are very much encouraged, inspired by your presentation. You have actually delineated the questions which the dialogues of civilizations and cultures need to look into, right? And there's so many of those questions. And what is fantastic and beautiful is that there is a lot of potential. And what strikes out very blatantly, clearly, is the need for human beings to reclaim their humanity. Despite all these fantastic technologies in terms of AI and whatnots. So this is good. But if human beings lose meaning of themselves, the what's, the why, and wherefores of their existence, then any of those negative scenarios that you spoke of could be a reality. And I don't think we are in any way prepared for that. Maybe not in Malaysia, maybe not even in the world. And just not to sound condescending, yeah, there is so much actually from our traditional belief systems that we can dig from, and what is needed is a new narrative, a kind of hybrid knowledge, if you like. So we have to bring everybody. So SDG goal number 17 is not merely talking about experts in the conventional context, but also, let's say, in the context of Malaysia, the ulama umara must come together. There's no time to be jealous of each other, to sort of not respect each other. And they have to be very mature about this. Yeah. And actually, if you are serious about it, there is so much you can do, and there's just no turning back. So very humbly, we would like Dr. Alicia and all of us who are engaged in this conference the next 2 days to be with Pusat Dialog Peradaban, with the center in the near future, yeah, midterm future, to work out this. And I think this is an imperative that we cannot ignore, that we cannot put aside. Yeah? So I hope you will not mind us harassing you in the next weeks or months or years, because what is beautiful about future studies technique is it is reliable, it is empirically sound, and we need that. And we need measurables. And artificial studies is one of those areas that the sustainability literacy, there's a kind of new mantra today. We need a sustainability revolution. We need a sustainability literacy frame of mind. Yeah, of course, it's all connected to the 17 goals. But then again, as you may learn, we may learn later, some quarters are fighting for the 18th goal. which is ethics, morality, and spirituality, if you like. But again, yeah, all these terminologies need to be demystified, need to be explained, and please, none of us try to be condescending. As I say, I use that word a lot because I think that's one of the basic problems. Experts think that they know better than everybody else, whereas for the future there is no such thing actually. Because let's say you do a policy for the poor, you need to engage with the poor. Are you sure what you need to give to the poor is what they really need? You know, and such um, facts and realities. Yeah? So I will not rob other people of the of their opportunity to possibly engage with you for the next few minutes. So I would like to call forth any questions from our audience before we move on. So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation.
I think
Anyone?
there's one question at the question and answer box.
There was a question. I missed it. Can somebody read it out? Ada ke? Was that a question? Can it be flashed again?
Question.
If
Maybe
no
Prof.
questions,
Alicia can have a look at it also.
yeah.
I can't see the questions.
Oh,
look
all
at the
right.
chat box.
It's okay. That's all right. That's right. Probably people are dumbfounded and, you know.
Okay, let's read it then.
It's okay, yeah.
The question is from Ahmad Azlan.
Okay.
Question is, between ever-rising property cost and the trend of as a service business model, Netflix, Grab, Airbnb, it seems that people will be owning things less and instead will be renting or subscribing to goods and services. What is Prof's opinion of a future where we will not own things? Will we be happy with less ownership? Yeah, Prof?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Oh, beautiful question, actually. It is actually back to the values we uphold in our lives, right? So if we talk about from a sustainability context, you know, the question you posed has to do with materialism, and in the area of sustainable literacy, we talk about dematerialism. So in other words, the less you own, the better shape you are in, actually, in that sense that even if you talk about the context of where if you talk the context of the rich, the people who are rich and wealthy, they know what to own, they know what not to own. Most of the time, they don't own anything. Yeah. What they have is the less you own, the less you pay tax, and less you pay tax, the more goes to you. So they learn from yesteryears that owning less is much better. So you just want to have access to the wealth around you rather than owning it, because you have a lot of problems you have to work on if you own something. Now that's one context. But if you look at it from the context of values of, you know, would less ownership mean would that contradict with our values about what materialistic world is about? Yes, it is. It is definitely a big part of our lives where we have to consider, you know, what is the future. When we talk about dialogue civilizations of the future, and ownership to wealth and access to wealth, access to resources around you, how does that shape the kind of life you are in? How does it shape your own connection with the civilization out there? Now, that again, it goes back to the whole notion of agreeing, have your own personal values, and, you know, and coming to the society you're part of and say which part of the society you want to be part of, that you do not have to own, but you connect with the society with the resources around there. But at the same time, if you want to own, why do you want to own it in the first place? What is the purpose of owning anything to begin with? What does ownership means? Because at the end of the day, ownership to resources, you also want to consider it's about sharing. Sharing is an important part of sustainability moving forward. So I'll give you an example. In Penang, we have a community called the Sungai Jajah community. Now, this Sungai Jaja community, it takes care of the river within that area, and the community do not. It's considered as an urban commons where you take care of the river, and you, as everyone has access to the river, but you have to have the responsibility to take care of the river. Now, do you own the river? No. Could you privatize the river if you're a businessman and you want to privatize the river and have access to it and turn it into some commercial area where people can have access to a green garden? Yes. Where they have to pay for it? Yes, it's possible. You can do that. And then you can be a rich entrepreneur out of that because of your visionary. But see, if you think about that, then you make it exclusive. Only those who pay for it can have access to that river or that garden around the river. But if you work together, it is much better because you can talk about shared ownership, shared resources surrounding making the river clean. And it was actually in 2016 or 2018 voted as the cleanest river in Malaysia for that part. Can you imagine what kind of power that can come from working together and having shared resources where you do not need to actually waste on the wealth around you. But the purpose of having wealth is more important. It's about the financial independence of the future, not about working so hard in a rat race environment, coming back late and not able to be spending time with the family and having to do that again and again every day, and having a lot of what we call a lot of payments in the form of because of a lot of hutang you have that you have to pay back. So at the end of the day, what kind of life are we living in? We are always living to serve the needs of a different rich society out there who makes us spend more money unnecessarily. So this whole idea of private ownership have to be reconsidered in a bigger context. All right, because at the end of the day, it's very individual based, and we cannot have SDG 17 if we do keep thinking that way, actually, right? So it is actually definitely a contradiction in how we see ourselves, because that's how we raise our children. Please study, grow up, get a job, get a family, live in a big house, live in a big mansion, have all the cars, take care of mama and daddy, right? So this is how we see it. Everyone is very individual about the whole thing. But COVID-19 opens up opportunity for us to understand what it's about, coming together and working together and sharing our resources. And there's a lot of room for sharing resources, actually. And each one of us have so much resources within us. It doesn't have to be in material wealth, but it's also in non-material wealth, our own experiences, our own knowledge. And if we are, if we talk about ownership, then we don't want to share it. We don't share. The less we share, the less we gain. And that is a big contradiction to moving forward in society. And we are suffering because of that right now. We suffered during the COVID-19 days, and we need to get out of that. So thank you for that question. It's difficult, but this is where the green capitalism, the digital economy, the green transition context come in. That the big guns, the MNCs, they cannot do this alone. They cannot come and shove to us green products, green services. They can't without our power coming in. Say, hey, it has to change. It has to work in a collaborative fashion where the society take charge of what services we need, how the services should be, rather than us keep buying, keep purchasing all the time. So there's a lot of imbalances that's going to happen. But at some point, when the new narratives come through, like what Professor said, we need the new narratives. It does make a lot of sense, and you can see that happening in very advanced nations, in Germany, in the Netherlands, other cities where they understand the idea of micro-mobility, access to resources within a short range where you don't have to buy, you don't have to have traffic, you connect with sharing resources. And that is a beauty of moving towards a lifestyle that makes so much improvement in our lives. And it's not moving forward. It's not about owning a lot of green products or green services. It's about accessing resources that that you can share and work together, less of purchases, but more of accessing lasting resources and working it out in such a way that you know that what counts at the end of the day is actually be able to live together in a harmonious, in a happy way. Happy, I think that even the notion of happiness needs a lot of reimagining right now. As we know, everyone's talking about mental health post-COVID-19, and now that is very much connected to what we own, what we see, what we value, living on our own, being individual. And I feel it right now. I feel it for the younger generations who doesn't see this. Sorry if I'm overboard with my sharing.
Okay, I need to ask this question on behalf of Associate Professor Dr. Zida, one of our co-organizers, Sustainable Development Center, University Malaya. She asks, I wonder whether you have any opinion about the future of higher education in the future. Some are arguing that higher education might not even be relevant anymore since learning has become so fast and transdisciplinary. Hence, there is growing trend for companies to offer customized education after high school or diploma. So how do you see higher education transforming itself in the context of such trends, especially in the context of your notion of humanistic capitalism and 21st century wisdom? Many thanks.
Right, thank you. My other things that I champion is the public value of universities, or where I come from, because I come from graduate business school. So I champion the whole idea of public value of business school. So when I talk about that, I see that in the perspective of the value of higher education moving forward, we are too slow. The companies are moving very fast. They see the value of online learning, online education, and they can easily churn out good courses, modules that is fast and provide badges and certificates. And we are really only figuring that out as we move along. We're not profit motive, but we are being forced to be a profit motive institution. And so what happens right now is there's a lot of contradiction in terms of the value of higher education. Now, as it is actually, higher education still stand very strong if we focus on the tenets of the purpose of education is to bring out the best. Educate is to bring out the best. And so it's the Socrates mode. It's not anything you can get from the from modules being offered from the companies, because when we refer to education, it's an area, it's a safe haven for any learners to learn anything, to be able to philosophize, to be able to figure out new ideas, imagine new thoughts, and be able to be creative and offer solutions about any subject area, any discipline you're in. And transdisciplinary is an area where it goes and it transcends the whole notion of profit motive in that sense. So a lot of times, if you look at companies offering education, it is very slanted towards the industry they come from. They want to be able to get new human capitals that can serve the needs of the company. What better way than to offer skills-based competency so that the graduates can come in and they're ever ready to work for the company. So that is the aim moving forward. And so that is very captivating for human capitals out there. They're captivating for the younger generations. But what happens is that the role of higher education is actually more than that. And we cannot give in to the private education out there. We cannot give in to private companies offering modules because they cannot do what we can do, which is number one, being able to educate, bring out the best in any human souls, which is what we need as we talk about SDG, all the SDGs 2030. It is about bringing out the best in humans. And what better place to do it than in a university environment? And it must be a Socrates context where it goes beyond online learning. There's a lot of apprenticeship going in. There's sort of makers. The context of being a maker is very important. So we need to balance between accessing digital tools with working with your hands, working with the minds, working with the society, connecting with your emotions, using all the emotions you have, having passion, having compassion, and that can come only from a safe environment where you do not have a lot of variables surrounding how you should or should not be, what you could or could not be. And that is the value of higher education that you cannot find. It cannot be simulated in an online learning. It cannot be simulated by private education or by companies out there. Totally not at all, because they are profit motive. Profit motive means they must fit a variable fix. There must be certain skills checklist that they have to fill in, whereas skills checklist can totally be redundant, manipulated, if you will. That's right, manipulated, if you will. So we should not feel pressured by the criticisms of private education or private companies towards what we do. But in fact, if you ask me, actually more and more, those companies who believe in humanity, in humanistic capitalism, they actually look forward to working with universities, higher education institutions, because we have something to offer that they can't. And they know that at the end of the day, they will lose out if they are profit-centered. They will lose out. So many of these companies have to start asking themselves to what extent they are actually relevant. Those in the petroleum industry, for example, those in critical industries that are actually seen as critical in giving a negative impact to the environment and society. And the day will come when that happens, and they are no longer relevant. But it is us, the dialogue of civilizations within us, among us communities, that will actually nurture more of that and question them. That is very important. So I strongly believe in the role of higher education. Unless we follow their mantra, which is, how is higher education relevant to them? And that is the day when we totally lose out.
Thank you so much. I think there's many more questions that we feel the urge to ask you, Doctor, but I think we need to halt for the moment, put a semicolon to the conversation, and please be prepared to have more conversations with us and to share with us more of these thoughts, because I think we are now at a very critical moment in time. We are at a crossroads, and possibly the pandemic, man-made or otherwise, I think there's a silver lining behind it. The time that I know it caused us severe pain and all of that, but I think there are lessons, to be learned, and these lessons are deep ones. And I think, as we said earlier, it is an imperative that we go further into this conversation. And future studies it has been around for a while, isn't it? But I think it's time it takes center stage. And as we said before, the sustainability, leadership, literacy that are being called forth actually can be aided very much by future studies as a discipline. Thank you so much, Doctor. And
welcome.
we will applaud you in the usual way. I don't know whether that works on AI or not, but thank you so much. And we now would like to say goodbye to Doctor, and we'd like to invite now.
Thank you all. Thank you very much, Prof. Zizan. And I wish all the best in our conversations moving forward.
Inshallah, yes. So jangan serik, ya. So we see you soon enough. Thank you so much.
Inshallah.
So our next presenter, we have the pleasure of having Associate Professor Dr. Vishalashi Balakrishnan. Hello, Doctor. Are you there?
Yes,
welcome.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Associate Professor Dr. Vishalashi will speak on authentic dialogue on ethnicity and intersections with culture and religion to enhance teaching and learning in schools and universities, very related to the first topic. So Dr. Vishalashi served as a teacher of English and moral education for 14 years in secondary schools before becoming a lecturer in moral and civics education at the University of Malaya in 2002, She's improved academic and professional standards several times, starting with basic teaching certificate 1990 and a special teaching diploma 1995 at the College of Special Education, Kuala Lumpur. She then furthered her studies at the for a Bachelor of Education and Master of Education. In 2002, she went on to study at Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand for doctoral studies in moral education, and to Waikato University in 2016 to complete postgraduate studies in critical educational psychology and inclusive education. Apart from being actively involved in moral education and curriculum development and moral education teacher training in Malaysia since the 1990s, she's also actively involved in the international arena in the development of global moral education. She's a committee member of the Asia Pacific Network for Moral Education. In the late 1990s until now, Dr. Vishalashi is involved to create awareness of human rights education. Now, Dr. Vishalashi is the director of the Center for International and Comparative Education Research, CRICE, C-R-I-C-E, at University Malaya. And she's also the coordinator of SULAM, which stands for Service Learning Malaysia for UN. She's also the Action Research Innovative Developer for Malaysian Action Research Network, or MARNET. Yeah? So again, we are overwhelmed by the fact that Dr. Vishalashi is with us this morning. So it's like, something is helping us make our conference unique and, relevant, I think. Yeah. So moral education, I think, is something that is very critical for now and the future in the context of what we have just been discussing. So Dr. Visha, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Prof. Nice to see you after all these years. I've known Prof. Azizan, I think from the 90s, Prof. Always coming to the center for, for your sessions and for your research.
Don't declare my age, Doctor.
No. You are sweet, going on 17.
Just joking with you, just joking. We're young at heart, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me share my slides. Can you see my slides, Prof?
Yes, very well.
Okay, I'm trying to make it into, okay, it's PowerPoint. So that's the topic I'm going to do today. And of course, there are many aspects that overlap with what the keynote has spoken about just now. And of course, there are things that I agree with her, and there are a lot of things that I do disagree with her. And I think that's what dialogue is all about, right? So let me, being a teacher for such a long time, I realized that whenever I attend talks, sometimes talks are so interesting, and then towards the end, I forget what I listened to because there's so many interjections, humor, and things like that. So I make sure that I go by the philosophy of education. When we talk about education, it's about knowledge, it's about skills, it's about values. And I think this is something that I'm going to, because I realize I learn a lot from this philosophy, and I hope that those of you who are listening to me at least do get this aspects so that we can take it off from there in whatever profession you are in. So I hope that by the end of this sharing, you will get some basic concepts about authentic dialogue, because even the word dialogue, a lot of us are not sure what is it. We're thinking it's conversation, we're thinking it's discussion, So I think it's important that before I start, we also understand what is dialogue, what is authentic dialogue, and what are the characteristics needed, and how we can become an authentic dialoguer. So I'm looking at it from a very educational perspective, being a teacher myself. So what I am, how long I've become, it's very important, because I'm sure a lot of you have heard about this thing about universities being value laden. You would have heard a lot about formative assessment. And all our teachers are struggling with that, partly because of the training that they've gone through. And just to, before I forget, when I went for my conference recently, there was people from UNESCO who talked about human flourishing, not human capital anymore. So just now the speaker did mention about human capital, and I'm just for human flourishing, being a very humanistic kind of a person. So let me share a bit about myself. Okay, I'm of mixed parentage, different ethnicity, different culture, different background, different religion, everything is different. Okay. And I lived in a church area for 21 years, even though I'm not a Catholic. Last week I went back and the priest asked me, are you baptized now? I said, no, why do I need to baptize? Because I found myself. Okay. So that's me. And I was exposed to this man even in the early 70s and 80s, even when I was a child. So I believe a lot that I don't agree with everything he says because he comes from a different culture altogether. But there are a lot of things that I do agree to a certain extent. For example, the banking theory. Our students are not empty vessels who we pour things, just like our university. You know, that's why I never agreed with this thing called human capital. We are not trying to capitalize them like things, like commodities. Okay, so this is partly my background. So being very critical at a young age and not taking things at surface value. My life experiences, being with the natives, doing human rights in the early 90s when it was just started, of seeing how principals were against having students who were disabled in their schools until, you know, ministry had to give a lot of subsidies and a lot of perks to have them. And until today, even last week when I went to some schools for internship where my students are teaching, I realized that inclusive is not really inclusive per se in secondary schools. The inclusive students are put aside only for certain humanity subjects such as moral or Islamic studies. They join the other students. Other than that, their recesses are separate, their rooms are separate, and I think it's more painful than ever. So that's reality in some of the schools. A lot of things that happen in my life, for example, being a Chinese Indian, you know, eating with hand, eating with chopstick, calling people with different names, saying something in front and saying something behind, which is so common in a lot of our culture. And being able to understand a few languages, I realized how people can just change their stage or change their acting. So those are a lot of life experiences that I learned, and if you put me anywhere in the world, I'll tell myself, yes, this is what's happening, and how do we adapt ourselves? And the other thing is about the natives, how when I used to write textbooks, I made sure that I included natives, the Orang Aslis, the Orang Asals, because they're always seen as a blanket thing, you know, the Ibans, the Kadazan. But when you actually go there, there are so many sub-natives. So to include everybody, it's a miracle, but to include some in certain ways, it's very important. And also the world knowledge that I got, I've been attending conferences since 16, 17, 18. So all these actually helped me a lot. And my research and teaching experiences. So I actually am very, very interested in the real lives of what's happening in humans. So I started with my master's, and of course, my supervisor was not challenging or daring enough. The late Professor Chang, she said, please do not include religion and ethnicity in your thesis, you know, because I did it in Malaysia. It's very sensitive. We shouldn't be talking about it. You just focus on your moral education. That made me feel very challenged. So what I did was, when I did my PhD in New Zealand, which was far more liberal, far more social, I could actually bring a lot of aspects of religion, you know, world religion, what's happening in different ethnicities. So that gave me a lot of validation within myself and to the external world, that we can actually dialogue about stuff. And we can actually see what are the things that are disturbing us and the others. And during my postdoc, this really took me 7 years to get this book together with my supervisor. So we were actually looking at inclusive education across the globe. So we had actually researchers from across the globe. And, you know, sometimes we tend to speak a lot. We tend to have a lot of policies, but in reality, what's happening? So that was when I did my critical educational psychology, and we were looking at policies in different nations and how actually it came into practice. This is another big project that I was involved in. about religion and nationhood. Very rare people put two together. You know, people always say, oh, I'm very spiritual, or I'm very, I have a lot of nationhood. But actually what happened was we actually were looking at both the sides and how it was like a tug of war for a lot. Of course, the editor, Brian Gates, was from England. So he was actually looking at England. And I realized after doing this entire project that we are a lot like England in many ways. Because even though we tend to declare ourselves as multicultural, but we tend to have bought over what the colonialized policy was in Malaysia. And this is something that I'm very keen to see. And the speaker just now did speak about decolonializing. So I'm looking at how can we decolonialize the current curriculum we have, which is very British based. So let's look at what is authentic dialogue. I think everybody should be at least understanding the basic facts about authentic dialogue. It has to be open and it has to be honest conversations, which I think 95% of the time doesn't happen. When I'm with a group of all Indians, it's a different narrative. When I'm a group with all Chinese, it's a different narrative. When I'm with my group of Malay friends, you know, it's a different narrative. So it actually doesn't take place practically in Malaysia most of the time. But that's what we're hoping for, because, you know, future education, future hope. So it has to be open and honest, and it has to be fair exchanges of thoughts. Why it has to be fair? Because it leads to detecting or correcting errors, or at least if you don't correct it, at least we reconcile differences. And this is something so important, because people always think, oh, kita dah bincang, we have discussed, we have spoken about it. But was it a dialogue? Or was it just a surface so that, you know, people think we are discussing, people think we are dialoguing, but actually we're not. So, and the best part is engaged actors. So we should know that, you know, if you look at what some of the great philosophers say, you know, the earth as a stage, and we are all actors. We are always like putting a lot of show at different places, and sometimes we got to do in order to like the Malay, what do you call that, the peribahasa, jaga air muka and things like that. But I think more and more, with a lot of information flooding everywhere, authentic dialogue is something very, very important for current times. So what's happening is when we see the difference between a discussion and a dialogue, and I always find that this is something that, you know, when you're in authority, you tend to control the discussion, whereas I'm on the other side, because of my background, because of how I see the different ethnic, the different religion, I see discussion as something very, very superficial, but you need that. Okay, so what's the difference? Discussion leads people to hold separate points of view. Okay, as a clergy, as a farmer, as a fisherman, as a teacher, you know. So dialogue goes on more to shared meaning. What are we actually looking at? Why is teaching still considered not a professional job, for example? So when we talk about a dialogue, it's all about give and take. Okay, I didn't like the word tolerance, because in a lot of culture we say we tolerate, you know, we tolerate, but actually, if from the very moral perspective, tolerance has three aspects, where you take care of your anger, you are patient, you know, you give and take. So I'd rather use the word give and take, because sometimes you give and sometimes you take. You cannot be giving all the time, or you cannot be taking all the time. So it is actually about active listening, and not just like you already have your ideas. Okay, sometimes when we are in authority, we think we know everything, but actually we don't. And that's why I like action research, especially participatory action research, because your members become part of your researchers. And this is what happened when I did my research in schools. I didn't want the teachers to be there, I didn't want the principal to be there, because we want to hear the voices of the students. We being a very top-down system, we used to have research where Malaysia used to lead, champion this top-down system. Active listening is never an important thing for people who are in authority, except I know Prof. Azizan is always there to listen to us, but very few are like you, Prof. And, you know, that's why maybe we need more people like you, but it's difficult. Why is it difficult? I've had friends who are officers, and then at one time when they become pengaras or KPPM, or they completely change. And I'm like, is it because of like that, like metamorphosis of the butterflies, where you change or you change your skin or what? I don't know. But what is important in dialogue is you have to be able to give and take. You have to learn how to destroy all concepts. That's why just now the first speaker spoke about unlearn, relearn, and things like that. If you can't do that, you can't have a dialogue. And this has to be a process, not a product. We can't just say, okay, today evening we are going to sit together and have a dialogue. It doesn't work. Because for 30, 40 years, you've been giving orders or you've been receiving orders. So how are you going to have a dialogue? It has to start from young, from people. That's why in schools, they're not having exams anymore. And that's one of the very good reasons where teachers should be dialoguing with students. Okay, today we are having ethics or Islamic class. Okay, this is our main thing. What shall we do about it? And again, are we preparing our teachers for that, for dialoguing? It's a very crucial thing, okay, actually. So we went on to the basics, and let's look at what are the skills needed when we need to dialogue, okay? So the first thing that I always realize, which has been inborn in me, is to be open-minded, okay? Because when with my Chinese relatives, and they're eating with chopsticks, and they will say, it's so dirty to eat with your hands, your fingers are not clean. Of course, they are looking at the cultural aspect where, you're coming out from the market or somewhere where you don't wash your hands and then you eat with this one. And so when I was young, I used to just listen, but as I grew up, I said, no, we actually have to wash our hands, and mom makes sure we wash our hands with soap. And do you know that as I grew older, I could even say, the fingers have certain enzyme and makes it tastier when you eat with banana leaves. So being open-minded is one of the most important things. So if people are not open-minded, and Prof. Aizan, I'm sorry to tell you this, those days when I used to attend the dialogue open sessions by different religious people are always every 2-3 seconds going back to their sacred book and saying, our God said this, our prophet said this, our Sami said this. And I'm like, hey, other people's prophet also, other people's God also have things to say. Why can't we look at something common rather than you indoctrinating things into my head, right? So the moment this kind of things happen, nobody is going to be open-minded. Okay, everybody is going to go back into their shell, and that's what's happening in Malaysia now. Nobody wants to dialogue, nobody wants to talk, everybody wants to show that they are the best, and it's not going to happen in authentic dialogue. Okay, the next thing we need is inclusiveness. This is a very important story I have to share, how the inclusive education came about. So I used to teach some courses in Waikato University, and one of the historical things we found out was that people became inclusive after the First World War, when people who had complete limbs went for war and came back without a leg or a hand, but their heads were still sane. And they said, hey, we are part of society, you've got to include. But before that, nobody actually thought about them. People just throw their babies away. Deformed children were killed in very unmerciful ways. So inclusiveness was brought by people who were exclusive at one time. So whatever is it, when I did inclusiveness, I was not just looking at people who are disabled, but people who are also marginalized, the minorities. Why is it that when we go to European countries, we always find certain religions always telling that, we are always excluded? And when we come to certain countries where majority religion and the minorities will say, it's okay, we are excluded. So this kind of things has to be more open, more spoken about, and be in dialogues. There must be open heart. So of course, when we talk about moral education, and that's exactly what's coming back into the university system, you're talking about the open mind, the open heart, and kind and compassion action. So you need open heart, you need respect for diversity. And this is so difficult, I understand, if you are in a monologue or in a mono society, okay? I will openly say, if my parents only belong to one religion, or if one of my parents was in a religion where the other parent had to convert, I will not be what I am today. because one, I will only learn a certain religion without understanding the other. Today, I can openly tell people, I can be a Buddhist today. I can go to a Buddhist temple and put up the joss sticks and do some meditation. Tomorrow, I can go to a temple. Another day, I can go to a church. Another day, I can go and sit in the Baha'i synagogue or in a Jewish synagogue. Because for me, it's being good and respecting the diversity. And for me, is all religions are good. Okay, so this aspect of authentic dialogue is so important. But many times I realize people will try to do that, but deep inside is I'm A first, or I'm B first, or I'm C first. And that's so difficult to take away unless young children, teachers have to educate them as human beings, not as religion A, not as ethnicity A, and things like that. Empathy, we all know. Yeah? We want to know about putting others in our shoes, or putting ourselves in other shoes. And this is something that is not educated, not in our system. So I was quite sad when I went to see my students who were teaching moral education. Most of them did not learn moral education their entire life. They just came 3 years to University Malaya and they're doing their teaching practice. And they don't seem to have that. And I'm like, oh my God, you did so many theories on empathy, you know, and you did projects and you did service learning. But when it comes to teaching, because of their indoctrinated years in their primary and secondary, they don't seem to be able to bring out the empathy. For example, very simple example on bully. A student taught about bully and he asked, can all of you show how many of you have been bullied? Almost 80% of the boys in the class put up their hands. And that was such a good opportunity for the teacher to explore. And he just went like, oh, I'm sorry for asking that. Okay, let's see what other effects of bully. What happened to the bully? And he hardly reached out to the student. And I'm like, what a vulnerable opportunity, because they were 13-year-old boys. So many of them have been bullied. They didn't even know who to reach out to. But we don't have this empathy in our teachers. So that was really very, very sad for me. Mutual inquiry. We always want to know what's happening on the other side, right? So it's very important that when we have authentic dialogue, we learn up more. For example, recently when I was in Austria, and I was like wondering, how can everybody can have a swimming pool? Because the kids were telling me, all swim outside our home. And then I realized that the waterfalls that was coming from the mountains, from the Alps, was built into canals behind many of the homes. So all these kids had to do during summer is stop their bicycles, put their bag aside, just strip into their swimming suit, or just, in their undies, and jump into the canal, come out, clean themselves, and off they go. So that was something very, very new to me. And I was like, if we have that in Malaysia, is it possible? Oh, no, it can't be, because, we have a lot of other complications, such like, your ethics of clothing, getting wet in water and things like that. So it is important to actually understand about a lot of things that's happening around us. Deep listening. I think this is something that a lot of us sometimes, even I, when I'm talking to my children, I realized that, okay, I shouldn't have that mindset. So that's why we always have this empty, full thing. We should always be empty, then to listen, to rationalize, and then to be able to give our opinion in an authentic dialogue. Selflessness. Okay, this selflessness is not taught in school. We always teaching kids to have enough knowledge, as the speaker just now said, have wealth, have things like that. But if people know that at the end of life there's nothing to own, this selflessness again should come when kids are young. Truthfulness. A lot of people don't lie, but they just don't tell the truth. I realized that. Okay, so if you're not happy about certain thing, you got to say. I've got friends who are very truthful in a certain religion, and they say, Visha, you can do everything, but when you're not with them, you're just this. Okay, so think what you want to do. And that trust gives me a lot of hope that, even within a big crowd of people who do not have authentic dialogue, there are certain who will go with that. And I think as this group of people grow bigger and bigger, because what's happening is, with all this COVID, with a lot of challenges, people are becoming more skillful in taking care, in looking within then look at without. So as my way of doing things is I always look at real life dilemmas, and I would like to share 3 case studies from 3 different levels of schooling, and you can have the opinion of what should be done. So I was teaching this socio-emotional class in UMC set about 20 years ago when they just started, and they had this preschool interested teachers. So they were like people from different professions who wanted to start a kindergarten, or people who didn't have professional courses who came to do. And we were talking about incidences of ethnicity, religion, and how teachers can deal with it. So there was this teacher, she was so naive. She said, you know, I had this Chinese boy sitting beside a Malay girl, and then her parent came to me one day and said, I don't want my daughter to sit beside that Chinese boy because he doesn't shower in the morning. Okay, so that was an opinion from the parent. And what do you think the teacher should have done? I'm just going to let you all think about it. What do you think the teacher should have done? It is a fact that many Chinese do not shower in the morning because it's culture not to shower. And research has also shown that Chinese are good in maths or certain subject because they don't shower, because their brains are still very good. I'm not sure how true that is. But what the teacher did was, and she was being very honest during our discussion, she said she asked the Chinese boy in front of the parent, so-and-so, do you bathe in the morning? And the boy is innocent. He said, no, I don't bathe. And the parent went on, see, I told you, right? He doesn't bathe. He's smelly. He's this, he's that. And then it became an issue. So when we actually discussed this, I was asking the other students in the class, what do you think the teacher should have done? Okay, because you got to understand different culture practices, different habits, but that doesn't mean you want to generalize them. Doesn't mean everybody who bathe are clean, correct? We have things like mandi kerbau, okay? And it doesn't mean that if a parent give an opinion, you can just accept that. And that's happening in a lot of our private international schools. I've got students who have finished their diploma and said, oh my God, doctor, do you know, we don't even have the authority to voice out because our principals keep telling us this is what you must do, this is what you must do, because they are paying us. Okay, so this was one of the case where I think authentic dialogue should have been there. If that teacher was really rational, she could have put the students aside and bring the parents and talk to them, or even bring parents together, because that's education is lifelong learning. Okay. The next thing in a school, okay, this happened during my time when I was a teacher. There was a teacher who is a convert, and during an argument between 2 students, it was between a Form 1 and a Form 2 students, and this student was telling, hey, you know, so-and-so in my place of worship said, it's only my God who's the greatest. Your gods are all useless. You all are just praying to this. Not a lot of degrading kind of things. And then the other student, of course, will you know, because both are what do you call that, religiosity students. If, say, for example, a lot of my relatives who are, they're not even sure whether they're Buddhist or Confucius or what, but they're good people, but they don't go and pray and all that. So these 2 students were having a heated up argument. And here comes a teacher who is also a convert. So she belongs to one of the sect of religion of one of the students. And she told the other student, you've got to listen to what this boy say, because what his God say is right. Your God is not right. You see, this is happening within a multicultural environment in a school. So that is something very, very serious, and it's getting more and more serious by the day. So if you all look at data, parents can't afford, but they still want to send their children to private schools, to international schools, because they have this fear of indoctrination. I don't know what's happening. I've had interviews with parents who were sending their children. They were just like middle-class people who have to fork out so much money for private and international schools. And they said, we are so worried. We don't know what's happening in public schools. And I say, why do you worry? Why don't you go and have a talk with the principal, with the PIBG? Oh, no, they're not going to listen to us. They have their own agenda. So, we'd rather do this. And it's so painful to see that, because they are not people who are rich, like just now when we saw, elite people are good on online. It's not that. It's just that the opportunity is not there for them to actually voice out to dialogue. And of course, in the university, there have been a lot of intellectual issues, which has this case was very serious. My student about 2 years ago, she just gave an opinion about it was about a toilet. If overseas you have 3 types of toilet, in Malaysia we only have 2 types. So the third kind went to a female toilet, where physically he might have been a male, I'm not sure, but somebody put it up online, and she just answered. She said, I don't think he should have gone to a female toilet. And after that, it was hell for her, because everybody kind of told her, this is not right about you, you are sleeping around, you're doing this. It was just like people did not understand, instead of having a dialogue.
Visha, sorry, can we wrap up in 5 minutes?
Yeah, I've just got another 3 more slides. So these are the 3 things I'm talking about. And the take-home message here is, we are all part of a greater whole. And it's important that we have to resonate with others, so that the greater than the sum, that means it becomes a whole thing rather than just us in silo. And this is something that I'm doing, where we have a project for 2 years in England on anti-racist and decolonializing education. I'm not sure if I led this project in Malaysia, it would have happened, but it would be great. And this is another way of going beyond race and religion. So these are some of the recap. And I will end with Paulo Freire, who said, dialogue cannot exist with the absence of profound love and the world and its people. And I end with Ikeda's talk about, without dialogue, humans are fated to walk in the darkness and in their own dogmatic righteousness. So we need this dialogue for sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tisha. Very inspiring. And I'm sorry to keep repeating this word. You'll be one of the people who will be constantly harassed also in the coming future, because we need to enculturate dialogue. And for me, there is a science of dialogue actually, and you've spoken about some of them. There's SOPs, if you like, to put it in simple words, for doing dialogue. I mean, the meaning of dialogue needs to be understood, and the whys and the wherefores and the hows of it, right? This is very critical. So thank you so much, Doctor, and congratulations on all the work that you have done, and keep the momentum going. And I think you've also shared with us some of those thoughts that you think should be voiced out, and we thank you for that. This is important. And I think the keyword is respect, isn't it? Sometimes we need to agree to disagree, right? Yeah, we cannot be agreeing on everything, right? So this is a fact of life. And at least coming from my own tradition, the way I understand it, disagreements and differences of opinion are not something to be avoided, or to be lumped as something that is useless, because you have to understand to begin with where those, what to you is something that you don't agree with. I mean, where are those opinions or thinking coming from? That's important to understand, and understanding is a keyword here. And we have to search for the truth, so to speak, sincerely, with an open heart. So thank you so much. We will be conversing again, I'm sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Bisha.
Thank you.
And now, yeah, thank you. We also give a clap for Dr. Bisha. And thank you now, Dr. Awani, for waiting very patiently. Dr. Awani is a very enthusiast for DOC. She was our deputy director until recently. Dr. Awani binti Ghazali is a senior lecturer at the Department of Aqidah and Islamic Thought, Academic Islamic Studies, University Malaya. Before joining UM, she served at the International Islamic University for more than 10 years. Then she briefly worked in University of Science Islam Malaysia, or USIM. Her master's and bachelor degrees are both from IIUM, specializing in Usuluddin and comparative religion. Following that, she earned a PhD from University of Melbourne. Her PhD thesis is on prophetic interfaith dialogue. Presently, she teaches courses such as comparative religion, study in religions, epistemological issues in Islamic thought and religious dialogue. And she's also, like I mentioned, she was with Pusat Dialogue Peradaban. She was at the center as Deputy Director from the year 2020 to 2022. And throughout 2021, she attended a fellowship training course organized by the King Abdullah bin Abdul Aziz International Center for Interreligious and Intercultural Dialogue, or ICONCIDI, and she successfully graduated recently. To this date, she has written many articles and book chapters on interreligious dialogue, mu'alaf issues, and pluralistic coexistence. She has designed some courses on interreligious dialogue, and she has developed an e-learning dialogue module for Malaysian youths. So the floor is yours, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Professor Dato' Dr. Azizan Maruddin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Let me share the screen. All right. Can you see the screen?
Yes, Doctor. Very clear.
So let's go to the topic today. My topic that I would like to share today is epistemological challenges of interreligious dialogue in post-normal times. A little bit of an overview about the contents of my presentation. We'll have a look at the context that we are living today, which actually very much overlapped with what Dr. Alicia has explained previously. And then we are going to look at the terminology of the presentation and the challenges, which is the key point of the core point of the paper, and prospects of interreligious dialogue, finally the conclusion. Okay, the context that we are living now is, I'm trying to adjust this so that it doesn't cover. Okay, the context that we are living now is known as the post-normal age. And this is actually introduced by the two people, Fantowicz and Ravets, in 1993, when they introduced post-normal science term. This post-normal term is actually further developed by Ziauddin Sardar, a Muslim scholar, who described that the post-normal times have arrived. When was the arrival? The arrival was began during the 21st century. How does it look like? This is in the post-normal age. It is full of complexity, whereby civilization has grown to a greater extent. Urbanization happened. Systems have been developed in a rapid way. Complexities are there. At the same time, simultaneously, along with complexities, there are contradictions. For instance, there is a huge gap between the poor and the rich. There is much information, but with that much information that we get, the more we do not know. There are also chaos due to the scarcity of resources, which brings human being to more conflicts and uncertainty as well. These characteristics of post-normal age are further amplified by digital technology, digital transformation, as Dr. Alicia explained at length just now at the beginning. The technology, the digital technology made the information, the spread of information and knowledge become very fast. The scope of information, the scope of research that we do is much bigger as compared to the previous time. The scale of changes, scale of changes, uncertainties, information, and conflicts are much bigger, and many things are happening simultaneously. For example, when COVID-19 was discovered, okay, this at the same time, before the first man who was detected as having positive COVID-19, at the same time, the antivirus or the vaccine was created. So things are happening very fast. With this changing of context, we can see that there are many implications, especially on the epistemology. It's not only 2 or 3 epistemology, 2 types of epistemology, but there is a myriads of epistemologies in the world. There is an explosion of knowledge and knowledge seeking. For example, these are some of the instances of the implications. Knowledge seeking becomes process, the process becomes commodified, which means there is a capitalism tendency whereby the student is the client in the system, and the learning process is centralized on the student as a user who pays for that, which also impacts the quality of the degree produced by universities. So this is the context that I'm going to discuss the issue of epistemology in interreligious dialogue. There are a few terminologies that we have to look before proceeding with the presentation. Number one is epistemology. What is it? Shortly, what is religion? What do I mean by Western in this discussion? And finally, what is dialogue? In a simple note. Epistemology, to simplify epistemology, it is knowledge about knowledge. It discusses what is knowledge, how it comes about, how it changes over time, what is the notion of truth or truth. So this is those are some of the questions raised when we discuss epistemology, which is a branch of philosophy which concerns with knowledge as a whole. And what is religion? So religion is a system of communal beliefs and practices relative to superhuman beings. This is the literal definition of religion, based on Merriam-Webster. And the technical definition of religion is that it is the social forms which use practices, symbols, beliefs, usually in a collective setting, to orient people to a higher or ultimate level of reality, thereby providing them with template for ordering social and personal relationships in this life. What does that mean? It means that when we discuss religion, there are certain practices which we can see externally, actions. There are symbols involved. There is a belief system. And these things, practices, symbols, and belief system, actually direct people who are the religious believers to the high being, which is the ultimate level of reality. So in order to reach the ultimate level of reality, there are certain social norms and social orders for the believers to follow. That's simply the meaning of religion. I will always use the word Western in this presentation, but what I mean is not the geographical location of the West, but what I mean is the cultural baggage of the Western culture from the European traditions and American experiences. Therefore, Australia, which is not situated geographically in the West, is also considered as the West in this regard. And I am using the word Western not as a demarcation between the West and the East, but simply for the sake of ease of the discussion. Because I will be comparing here and there to Islam, because this is what I do. I'm from Academy of Islamic Studies. Okay, dialogue has many definitions which comes with many principles according to different schools. From what I learned, discussion is also considered a dialogue. Even a debate is also considered a dialogue. What I choose today is the definition given by Leonard Swidler, one of the founders, a founder of Interreligious Center. He mentioned that dialogue is a two-way communication between persons who hold significantly differing views on a subject with the purpose of learning more truth about the subject from the other. In other words, if there is no difference, there is no dialogue. That's the key point. Dialogue is a process which gathers people from different perspectives so that expansion of horizon, in the word of Habermas, in the word of Habermas and the other German scholar, could happen. Fusion of horizon. Next, what are the challenges? The first challenge of interreligious dialogue is, okay, before I talk further about this, I explain further about this. Oftentimes, when we speak about civilizational dialogue or dialogue of civilization, people shy away from discussing about religion or putting religion as a subject of the discussion. Mostly, the factor or the cause of shying away from that discussion is religion is too sensitive to be discussed. But on the contrary, it is the significant role of the religious actors and religious leaders which can create peaceful coexistence, because religions teach us to achieve peaceful coexistence. Therefore, religions shouldn't be shied away from dialogue of civilization. However, there are challenges of dialogue between civilizations. Number one is how people, generally speaking, respond to globalization and religious plurality. Needless to say that with globalization, the community that we are living in becomes more and more heterogeneous, We live side by side with people of different religions, different race, different ethnics, etc. And this has becoming a common thing with the digital transformation, whereby people can communicate across the countries, across continents in a very short period. So because of that, okay, difference in religion is something obvious, which received at least 3 responses according to ICONCIDI 2021. According to him, there are 3 responses to religious plurality, or people with different religious beliefs. Number 1 is exclusivism. Exclusivism is a tendency to affirm that one's own religion is absolute, and that religion is the only one which is necessary for salvation. When I'm describing this, it's not only the experience of Islam, but also this happens in Christianity itself, whereby there are sects, SECTS, of the Christians who believe in exclusivism. The second tendency is inclusivism, whereby it is a tendency to believe that knowledge of God can be found in other religions as well. In other religions, there are some ray of truths according to this tendency or this response. Okay. This also includes the Catholic school among the Christians today, when 2 documents were introduced by the Pope, Nostra Aetate and also Newman Gentium. And finally, the stance or the response in form of pluralism. This response says that although one religion is unique to the believers, for example, although Jesus is unique to Christianity, that does not mean that God does not reveal himself to other religions. In other words, all the paths of religions will lead eventually to one God. This is according to Carbine 2007. Pluralism is is introduced by John Hick, which says all religions are different ways to God and are different responses to the one divine reality. That there should be a move from Christocentrism to theocentrism. So this is the first challenge. 3 different responses by the people, especially by the scholars in religion. Next challenge. The next challenge is different worldviews between, in this perspective, I'm comparing only Islam and the West. Different worldviews due to different epistemologies. Remember when I said epistemology refers to the question of knowledge, where it comes from, how is it created? In the West, due to certain experiences, reason takes precedence over revelation. revelation somehow at this age has no place except for church communities. The West, generally speaking, prioritize empirical evidence. What is seen, what is heard, what can be experimented, what is felt by the skin, those things are valid. The rest, which are unseen, are considered as myth, are considered as invalid. Histories of human being mentioned in Revelation is absurd, according to the West. In Islam, on the other hand, the role of revelation is emphasized as the primary source of knowledge. Besides revelation, there is also a prime role of reason. Reason and revelation go hand in hand. There is no clash between reason and revelation. There's no clash between sound reason and authentic revelation, according to Ibn Taymiyyah. With that, Muslims build the worldview of Tawheed, whereby Allah is believed as the creator and man as the vicegerent of Allah, responsible over whatever he does. And fulfilling the role as a vicegerent of Allah means fulfilling the purpose of human's existence. If you look at the evolution of Western philosophical worldview, we understand that these are the experiences that the West underwent. It started with Neo-Platonic, Plato, transcendental realism. It goes to moderate realism, conceptualism, finally in the middle, nominalism, which combines the use of the universe and the use of concepts as it is. And then conceptualism, where innate ideas are discussed. 2, subjective idealism, mental ideas are discussed in depth. 2, transcendental idealism, absolute idealism. And now we are in the post-truth of pluralism. There's nothing which is considered as true because there are so many truths. So this is considered, or this is known as relativism and anti-realism. We are living here in this stage. We cannot determine what is right and what is wrong because everything is subjective and everything is relative. These are the experience of the West, which is so confusing, we can see the rise of LGBT and the rest. And there are lots of crises together with the advance of materialism. The third challenge is different epistemology due to different historical experiences. The West had experienced this. Before Renaissance, there was a clash between the scientists and the church, which led to the secular period. And then they discovered the importance of human reasons through Renaissance, age of exploration, whereby most of the countries in the East were explored. And for certain interests, it had been colonized as well. And then there was Reformation, scientific revolution, Enlightenment, Industrial Revolution, which calls for the need of machines. Therefore, many machines were invented. People, human being, are conceptualized in a different way. It becomes a commodity, beginning from Industrial Revolution. And finally, perhaps until this time, that is the age of imperialism. So this is the third challenge that we can see. The fourth challenge is the concept of religion itself. There is a change in the concept of religion, how religion is conceptualized. These three quotes will highlight the different meaning of religion as compared to the previous time. According to Ernst Troeltsch, religion is relative, and the history of religions is evolutionary as human moves universally to perfection, which means religion is not static. It is evolving. Wilfred Cantwell Smith said, all religions ought to be understood as important meetings which change between God and man. Christians, missionaries must participate in the meeting between God and man of other religions in the aim of assisting the evolving growth. So this is a loose perspective as compared to the past. Looking at the interaction between God and man, there comes the role of Christian missionaries to participate in between and guide people to grow. And finally, Raimundo Panikkar said, the truth addressed by Christianity on one hand, as well as Hinduism on the other, are universal and always regarded as a particular and limited stance, whereas in reality, both are confined by cultural factors related to a more universal truth. So those are 4 challenges of interreligious dialogue. If you can imagine few people, let's say 10 people coming together in a room, 10 religious leaders coming together in a room talking about religion. And of course, we cannot imagine dialogue as one session, one off session, but we have to imagine dialogue as many meetings, many encounters, few encounters at least, where conversation, a deep conversation happens, take place between these people, not necessarily 2 people. Each of the leaders, the religious leaders, will speak about religion coming from different backgrounds, coming from different cultures, coming from different worldviews. With those experiences in mind, the challenges that I elaborated just now, how could interreligious dialogue succeed? Should we just abandon interreligious dialogue? What should we do? In my opinion, the challenges that I mentioned just now can be unpacked. And again, it can be unpacked through dialogue itself. The condition is that each and every interlocutor of dialogue has to prepare to listen to one another and not to judge the others based on the yardstick that he or she has, because the yardstick of the other, the spokesperson, the speaker, the interlocutor, the other is different from yours. I would like to suggest, therefore, Although in many discussion, many discourse, verbally and also written, in written, oftentimes it is said that the exclusive stance among the religious leaders in relating to religious plurality is not good or is not conducive. What if we could embrace all the three stances altogether? Dialogue is fluid. So let them voice out the opinions and the stance according to the ayat state in order to be heard, because more and more voices from such tendency or from such school is expelled or blocked, more and more tension it will be. So can they be the subject of interreligious dialogue? Can the challenges be the subject of interreligious dialogue? I think it can. I think it can. However, the dialogue must be in depth, and it's not in one sit, but it will be taking place many, many times. With that, I propose that religion must be the subject of discussion for dialogue of civilization. Thank you. That's all from me.
Right, thank you so much, Dr. Awani. Very, call it very serious, I think, presentation of what interfaith dialogue is about. Okay, there are questions here. Can you read the question, Doctor? Is the question available to you? Nowadays, new atheism phenomenon has emerged in our society. How do you see to have a potential dialogue with them, or the dialogue limited to the religious people only? Thank you. So this is from an anonymous attendee. Yeah.
Dialogue is the logical, verbal, and open enterprise. Atheist people also can be involved in dialogue as long as listening takes place. So there's no harm at all for them to be involved in dialogue.
So theoretically, they can be engaged in dialogue, right? But
sure,
I think I may not be sounding too harsh, a kind of, it's not a warning, it's just a reminder. I think you will agree that serious dialogue, deep dialogues, especially if they involve theology, right, needs to be amongst people who are well versed in their own religions first to begin with. You cannot democratize dialogue. I mean, there are many types of dialogue, let's put it that way. And I think the type that you have put forth is one particular one, and I think it's more for the people who are well versed with their own religion, perhaps also other religions, and that they will not be injured, quote unquote, psychologically or spiritually. And because this is a fear, I think all of us who are in the dialogue field understand that these are the challenges. Yeah, this is why sometimes we have been misunderstood, right? Because intra-faith dialogue is also something that is critical, because sometimes there are people of the same faith with the dialoguers, dialogue interlocutors, who actually not satisfactorily clear about what is dialogue and why do you dialogue and what is the purpose of dialogue, and what are those deep epistemological issues and worldviews that they should have in their hands to begin with before they go forth in dialogue. So anyway, thank you so much for that answer. And I think are there any more questions?
Can I proceed a little bit, expand a little bit of the answer?
Okay. Yeah, okay.
What I mean was there are differences between a dialogue which is a closed dialogue only among the religious leaders, and also dialogue which involves the public, with interlocutors of dialogue being the religious leaders. And that could be called interreligious dialogue. But a dialogue per se is a dialogue. So that these kinds of the layers of differences have to be considered as well.
Yeah, I think literacy in dialogue is critical to begin with. Yeah, the ABCs of dialogue. Thank you so much for a very enlightening episode. And Doctor, all the best for all the programs that you will be launching this year and next year, together with the Center. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. And now, because of time limitations, I would like to close this session, and we begin the next one. And I hand you over to Associate Professor Dr. Duria Sharifah Sanadi once again. And thank you so much. And I'll see you again soon. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Azizan Baharuddin, Associate Professor Dr. Elisha Nasruddin, Associate Professor Dr. Vishalachi Balakrishnan, and Dr. Alwani Ghazali. Certainly a very insightful session one for us. Due to the constraint of time, let me just move on to the next session. So we have actually scheduled session 2 to be focusing on circular economy and climate justice. And it was supposed to be the session will be handled by, or the speaker for the session should have been Prof. Dr. Tariqullah Khan. But due to some unfortunate technical problem, we are not going to have him here today. But our moderator, Associate Professor Dr. Zuljastri Abdul Razak, will actually take over or take some time for this session. And I guess this is one of those wildcard situation, Dr. Zuljastri. Let me just introduce Dr. Zuljastri a bit. Dr. Zuljastri actually is from Department of Finance, Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, International Islamic University, Malaysia. He obtained his PhD in Islamic Banking and Finance from USM. And actually his thesis won 4th placing in the National Intervarsity Best PhD thesis. Wow. Okay, so he, prior to joining the academia, he has served the banking industry for 25 years. So it is no surprise that Dr. Zuljastri has undertook several research and consultancy projects with industry. As academician, he is very much active in publication, presentation, etc. And he teaches bank management, Islamic wealth management, marketing of financial services, and Islamic financing management. And because of this, he's very much sought for training programs locally as well as overseas. And currently, Associate Professor Dr. Zuljastri Abdul Razak is an Executive Council member of the International Council of Islamic Finance Educators, and he's also the Secretary of World Academy Islamic Management. So I'm very sure Associate Professor Dr. Zuljastri can easily fill up the session instead of, since we do not have Prof. Dr. Tariqullah Hadi. Dipersilakan, Prof.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ipi, Dr. Duriah, Sharifah, and also Prof. Dato' Azizan. Actually, I have not have a fully paper or something like this, but I could perhaps share some of the issues regarding this topic, which is also quite close to my research. Okay. So with regard to circular economy, that is something that we are going to talk. Many have been discussing on circular economy, also literatures, and that has a very effect on the climate as well. But maybe just begin to define what actually is circular economy. Well, circular economy differ from the current linear economy in the sense that the linear economy is more like a take, make, dispose kind of way of doing things, meaning that there are a lot of wastage. Okay, there's a lot of, as you can see, problem with pollution, wastage, and it's not very efficient. Okay, in terms of managing our resources. Therefore, there's a lot of pressure on our resources. As a result, we have pollution, we have a lot of landslides, so on and so forth. So circular economy takes another position of how to reduce and reuse cycle, eco-efficiency, long-term multiple life, upscaling, right? Instead of downscaling, upscaling, and the focus is more on services, okay, rather than products. So that is a very simple background on what circular economy is all about. And as you are aware, government has resizing, although this is a new area, it has direct relation to sustainability. Because if we only follow the linear economy, then in the end we end up with a lot of wastage and not efficient use of resources. Okay, so as a result, as I mentioned just now, also there's a lot of wastage, and just to share with you the amount, actually, in 104 alone, it's a total of 2,416 had been wasted, and Malaysia produced 15,000 of food wastage every day. And what is the cause of this? The cause of this is, of course, just plastic being thrown away in the rivers, and also causing environmental issues. Okay, and how about, for example, when you have kenduri, big what do you call that? Big makan, so on and so forth. You just imagine what happened to the food just being thrown away. So what has this impact on the climate? Of course, it has a direct impact on the climate, because when we just start throwing all these things, then will result in issues such as zero emissions, eliminating externalities, and affect the society as well. So basically, this is what actually Prof. Tariq will be talking about. He present this paper. And in fact, I've been quite close in Dato' Azizan also being close with us. We have one session with Prof. Tariq in UIA. So what has its impact on sustainability? Well, of course, because when you look at the elements which is involved, actually we talk about people, all right? People, and then we talk about profit, and we talk about the planet. So these are the three elements which is also involved in sustainability. So if we do not educate our people in understanding, as now we mentioned about religious and all those, this has a bearing of what we are. I'm trying to make a connection to what I'm trying to say, because if we don't teach people the right way to behave, this is the result of issue regarding this sustainability. So perhaps the previous speaker does not really emphasize so much, but I'm just trying to say that profit, yes, if you profit, it must be sustainable. If you make too much profit, a result of linear economy, whereby we make a lot of our concern is just only making money, without thinking about what is the production, you know, whether we can recycle our things. For example, like batteries, okay. So these batteries, this lithium battery, can be recycled. And in the West, they use solar energy. Now we're talking about electric vehicles. Okay, these are innovative way of using technology to benefit us. And definitely, when you use electric vehicles, solar, and all this, it will have an impact on the climate. Okay, CO2, for example. So Malaysia itself has already promised. I think we are asking some kind of a deferment or that we're not really following the sustainable goals which is set up by United Nations. So we need to look back and discuss in this conference what extent are we committed in meeting this sustainability goals. This is SDG. Okay. So another thing that I would like to relate is actually since we talk about religions and all these are actually is in the Quran. Okay, it's in the Quran and the Sunnah. For example, Al-Mulk, okay, 67:15 say that if it's He who made the earth into you, to walk among its slopes and eat the provision to Him and resurrection. So again, we talk about religious concerns, we talk about dialogue, so on. The thing is, we should have more dialogues with regard to the sustainability, you know, and relate it to Quran, Hadith, and Al-Ghazali, okay, our noted famous scholar, also have mentioned that man no doubt is compelled with three things: nourishment, home, and clothes. So these are the things which is very well spelled out in the Quran and the Hadith, and we as scholars should be promoting it. I just read you one ayat Quran, all right? It says that here, our Quran, I think it's 853. We have to check the details. It said that this is so, Allah will never change the grace of which He bestowed on a people until they change what is their own self. And verily, Allah is hearer and all-knower. So that's what's mentioned just now about our role as a vicegerent. What is our role as a vicegerent here? You know, when we end up with having all this commitment of, you know, illegal logging, and then we have flood situations recently in what called Shah Alam, which is actually also also is so man-made, because we know very well that place for a long term, you cannot build house in Taman Indah, something like this, right? So what is our role here actually in terms of promoting this issue of sustainability? When we are actually just not following, you know, just not following what religion is expecting of us. Another example one, yeah, under waste generation, Islam calls for the efficient use of natural resources, waste minimization. So I can go on, but basically I'm not going to cover so much. It's sufficient to share with you that actually this issue of circular economy, okay, is getting more and more important now. I know it's new. Even STAR recently is trying to arrange, because unfortunately our thinking of what do you call it, present economy is still very much on linear. Okay, so I just hope this is my small contribution. I know time is very short, but I wish I could spend more. Inshallah, Dr. Duria, maybe another opportunity for me, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Zuljastri Abdul Razak, for coming in for session 2, taking over the session that was originally scheduled for Prof. Dr. Tariqullah Khan. So at the very least, we have some idea about circular economy, and we have also touched on climate justice issues. So ladies and gentlemen, is there any question for Dr. Zuljastri?
Yeah, Dr. Duria, I just want to say a few words. I just want us to appreciate very much this topic, actually, circular economy. And earlier on, people mentioned capitalism, extreme capitalism, yes, and it's very much one of the moving factors in terms of changing the world towards sustainability. So when the bankers, the financial sector, people like Professor Tarikula, people like Prof. Zojastri speaks about this topic, it is extremely pertinent that the rest of us, even if we belong to other disciplines, try to understand some of the basic elements. And again, earlier on, we spoke about hybrid knowledge, new narratives, yeah, where you have to combine theological knowledge and conventional knowledge. So economic system and financial system as a very important role to play, right, Dr. Zojastri? So I think we will follow up with Prof. Tarikula in the future on circular economy and sustainability. Thank you, Dr. Duria. Thank you, Dr. Zul.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, thank you all. So for staying on since morning. So we're going to have our lunch break now. Unfortunately, it has to be a virtual one, or everybody is sitting at their own place. Maybe the next ICONCIDI, we will have a nice long lunch break and all. Okay, so we will meet again at 2 o'clock for session 3, focusing on science, religion, and worldviews. So I bid you all a good lunch break and rest. We'll see you again, inshallah, at 2 o'clock. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. And well, in Malaysia, we will say Selamat Tengah Hari. So it still sounds like a good afternoon, although it means differently in some other parts of the world. Okay, well, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Conference on Civilizational Dialogue, or ICONCIDI 22/17, and it will be held today and day after tomorrow, and also tomorrow. Yeah. So I hope everybody has had a good lunch break. So for the rest of the day, we are going to have session 3. We have had session 1 and session 2 before lunch break. For session 3, it will focus on science, religion, and worldviews. It will include 1 plenary keynote address and 2 paper presentations. The whole session 3 will be moderated by Associate Professor Dr. Wendy Yim Tien. But before I pass the floor to her, let me just introduce her a bit. Okay, Associate Professor Dr. Wendy is actually the director of University Malaya Center for Internship Training and Academic Enrichment, or CITRA. She specializes in the field of youth development, inter-ethnic relations, global citizenship education, and peace education. She has close to 20 years of teaching and research experience with the institution of higher education. In her capacity as an academic, she has developed a course on Introduction to Peace and Humanity Studies. And through the course, she has trained many young students to become peace advocates and transform them to become valuable members in the society. Thank you very much, Dr. Wendy. So, I'm not done yet, but Dr. Wendy is currently an international fellow at the King Abdullah bin Abdul Aziz International Center for Inter-Religious and Intercultural Dialogue, or ICID, a world-renowned institution that trains people to pursue interfaith dialogue for peace. Her scholarly achievements have also been recognized by the Institute of Youth Research under the Ministry of Youth and Sports Malaysia, where she has been appointed as the think tank for this national institute, looking at the national youth-related matters, including developing the Youth National Index. We look forward to that one. Of course, as an academician, Dr. Wendy is also active in publishing and also presenting at conferences. So without further delay, Associate Professor Dr. Wendy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Duria. Thank you so much for that very kind and very generous introduction. So once again, a very good afternoon and welcome back to the third session of the International Conference on Civilizational Dialogue 2022, the Future of Civilization and Reimagine Sustainability. As Associate Professor Prof. Duria have mentioned, so this theme or the theme for this particular session is Science, Religion and Worldviews. So this afternoon, we are very honored to have with us Professor Dr. Ibrahim Muhammad Zain as our plenary keynote speaker. Today, Professor Ibrahim will address a very interesting topic entitled Al-Biruni and the Scientific Investigation of Calendars, Worldviews and Religions. But before I pass the floor to Professor Ibrahim, it's a privilege for me to share with you a brief background of Professor Dr. Ibrahim Muhammad Zain. Professor Ibrahim is a professor of Islamic Studies and Comparative Religion at the College of Islamic Studies, Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar. His various academic postings include Dean of the Kuliah, Faculty of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences, and the Dean of the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, ISTAC, at the International Islamic University, Malaysia. Now, despite his busy administrative responsibilities, he continues to write extensively on the history of religions and reform of Islamic education. He has also authored over 50 publications, including several books in English as well as in Arabic. I'm also honored to share that Professor Ibrahim Zain is a leading scholar on the study of the covenants of the Prophet Muhammad. So without further ado, I'll now pass the floor over to Professor Dr. Ibrahim Zain to deliver his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Wendy. And thank you for the kind words. I would like to share the screen with you. Okay, share the screen. And this will go up perhaps. Now, allow me at the beginning to say a few things. First of all, this presentation is mainly based on 3 publications that I had throughout the years. It started with a publication in Arabic on Al-Biruni in 2010, entitled Al-Hiwar wa Manhajuhu wa Dawabituhu. And it focuses mainly on the works of Al-Biruni and Al-Faruqi. It was a comparative study between their interest in dialogue, especially in interreligious dialogue between Muslims and others. I mean, if I were to translate the title of the book, or the pamphlet, actually, it's not a full book, but a pamphlet, it's about dialogue. Its methodology, it is methodology and the way how to understand its content. The second publication was done in 2014, jointly with my PhD student then, and now Dr. Shafiq. It was published in a shajara entitled Al-Biruni, Sultan Mahmud al-Ghaznawi, and Islamic Universalism, the Historical Context. And the third and the last publication, perhaps, on this issue is entitled, it was published in 2020 in Religions, this journal Religions, and the title of the publication was, the article was on the origins of the Hijri calendar, a multifaceted perspective based on the covenants of the Prophet and scientific date verifications. As it can be seen, I guess, from the last two publications, one of them is with my PhD student then, Dr. Shafiq, and the second publication and the last one was done with my research assistant, Ahmed Al-Wakil. Now, the introductory remark for this presentation is going to focus on Abu Rayhan al-Bayruni's life and thought. He was born in 1973 and died in 1050, which is the Hijri calendar 4040. Then I'll focus on al-Bayruni's major works, where I'll examine the relationship between science, religion, and the scientific investigation of calendars. And finally, we will look into Bayruni's methodology applied in contemporary time in contemporary context, a re-examination of the origins of Islamic calendar. Now, for the life of al-Bayruni, allow me to say this, that the information, the biographical information of al-Bayruni will be taken mainly from this book entitled Tarikh Hukama al-Islam, the history of the philosophers of Islamic civilization, where in that history, Zahir al-Din al-Bayhaqi wrote biographies of Muslims and non-Muslims as well. I mean, some of them are Christians, some of them are Jews, some of them are Magi, and perhaps some of them do not affiliate to any religion, it might be. But the book gave a very interesting biographical data of al-Bayruni, and also informed us about the interaction between al-Bayruni and Ibn Sina as well. They had a correspondence. Al-Bayruni raised few questions to Ibn Sina at that time, who was the philosopher, I guess, of Islam. And that led to a discussion, a very meaningful discussion between both of them on some important issues on Islamic philosophy and philosophy in general. Now, the second, perhaps I have to say, I mean, the second place where you find more information about al-Bayruni himself were to be found in his books, especially in his book, Al-Athar al-Baqiya, the chronology, where he himself sometimes will refer to things that happened to him in his life and his interaction with different people. And he did the same thing also in other important book, Bayruni's India, Tahqiq al-Hind, where also he will be giving us some biographical data about his movements and about his interaction with some people of his time, and about how he wrote this book and what are the books he wrote before this, and what are the translation he had done before the book he was writing. So whoever wanted to write anything about the biography of Bayruni, perhaps the most important biographical data will be found in this book, Tarikh Hukama al-Islam. And next to it, perhaps, will be the autobiographical data which was given by Bayruni himself in his different books, where he will be speaking about himself, and as I said, and how he interacted with people at his time. And also he'll be referring to some events that he was an eyewitness of these events as well. Now, for his major works for this presentation, we'll be focusing on the chronology of ancient nations, Al-Athar al-Baqiya an al-Qurun al-Khaliya, which was the first book he wrote. And he wrote for Shams al-Ma'ani when he was al-Ma'ali when he was in Jurjan. The book was addressed to him, and this book was published, was actually authored in 390 of Hijrah. The second book is Al-Bayruni's India, which has been translated by Sakhaw, and the other book also, The Chronology of Nations, was also translated by Sakhaw. Bayruni's India, and it is Arabic title, it was تحقيق ما للهند من مقولة مرزولة في العقل أو مقبولة. In short, the translation of Sakhaw would call it Al-Bayruni's India. Now, the third book, which is the Mas'udi canon, which is Al-Qanun al-Mas'udi, we will not rely heavily on this book, but rather we will focus on the other two major books of Al-Bayruni. But Bayruni also is a prolific writer, and he wrote about so many things. I mean, starting with science, mathematics, and some other topics up until these two important books, which are focusing on interreligious dialogue and how this phenomenon of interreligious dialogue and comparative religion is connected with the study of calendars. Now, obviously, a very important event in his life was the expedition of Mahmud al-Ghaznawi. When the Ghaznawis took over Jurjan and made al-Bayruni and other intellectuals and leaders of the Jurjani, the Samani state, took them as hostages and then utilized their expertise in their expedition against India. This allowed him to have first-hand information about India, its people, religion, language, geography, and science as well. And that has been reflected in his book, Bayruni's India. In the introduction, he would tell us how he penetrated actually the cultural milieu of the Indian people of his time, and how he was able to gather first-hand information about the people who inhabited that land, their religion, their language, and their geography, and their science, and how all these sciences and perhaps arts were intertwined within, were all being seen from one perspective, which is the perspective of the religion, the Brahmanic religion at the time of Al-Bayruni. And because of this, Al-Bayruni himself would allow us to look into how he made the book and what are the tenets actually on which he based his understanding of the Brahmanic religion, the people perhaps, their language and their geography and their sciences, and some other useful sciences which he gathered by through his interaction with the people of India at his time. Now, so that perhaps the decisive moment in his intellectual history and academic history as well was this expedition, which was done by Mahmud al-Ghaznawi. Prior to this, we all know that he wrote his book entitled Al-Athar al-Baqiya, The Chronology of Ancient, where he wanted to address the issue of how to understand calendars and why calendars of different nations differ. Since we all are human beings, and since major events in the history of humanity touch all humanity, so why are we having different calendars? Why are we having the Roman calendar, the Coptic calendar, the Zoroastrian calendar, the Indian calendar, the Brahmanic calendar, and some other calendars which were known at his time? It was obvious to anybody that there must be a universal human calendar where all major universal events of the history of humanity will have a very specific time in that calendar. So to have an understanding of the calendar, Al-Bayruni as a scientist, as perhaps as an anthropologist and a student of comparative religion, he realized that the issue is more complex than the way it appears. And the question, it appears a very innocent question when it was asked, and why he himself, because of that question, wrote the book. The question was why the calendars actually differ. Why shouldn't we have only one universal calendar that all human beings will refer to and utilize? Now, the answer for Al-Biruni, he decided to go into the ingredients of the calendar. He said the calendar is about what? Is about the day. Is about how the day relates to the night. And it's about this unit, which we call it the week, which does have a number of days, which is known to all human beings that the week days are 7. And then we will have the month. And the months can be connected with the movement of the moon, which will be a lunar month, or the sun, or a combination of both. So we have 3 alternatives of making a lunar here, of making a calendar here. Either we make a lunar calendar, or a calendar which is based on the movement of the sun, or a combination of the 2. And he realized then, whatever decision that you are going to make is going to be based on your own worldview of things around you. He realized that the Hindu people and the Arabs, they would like to start from the night. So for them, the night precedes the day. It means silence precedes movement in their vision of things. So it's because silence precedes movement, they realize that from this perspective or this worldview, it is important to select a lunar calendar. And because they selected a lunar calendar for them, you'll have the night, then the day, and then you'll have a number of days which are going to be between 29 and 30. They are not going to be fixed. And they will have a calendar which is not going to observe the seasons and the meanings of during the winter. Sometimes it can come during the autumn. Sometimes it can come during the summer. But these months are not fixed. And that might create some problem when it comes to collecting taxes, when it comes to fixing festivals, religious festivals and others, because these religious festivals are not going to be fixed. They are going to rotate throughout the 4 seasons. Now, others who decided to make the sun, for them, the worldview dictates that movement precedes silence. And that's why the unit that will start the day is the day, the sunrise, and it will end at night, which means for Biruni, this worldview subscribed to the idea that activity and movement is the starting point, and it will be followed by silence. This is the opposite of the other worldview, which was shared by the Arabs and the Hindus. The other one is shared by the Persians and the Romans of his time. He said that all the calendars which are developed by the Persians or the Romans at his time were based on this fundamental idea that the day would precede the night. Now, he said some astrologers and some people who are doing astronomy as well, decided to have like a different view, where the midday is going to be the starting point. And these people decided to take a middle path into this. Instead of talking about silence and movement, they will talk about the point where there is no silence and there is no movement. The point where silence will end and movement will start, or perhaps silence, a movement will end and silence will start. That twilight movement reflects their understanding of the world and their worldview as well. Now, according to this, Biruni realized that obviously nations will have different calendars. And obviously nations will have different calculations that will be reflected in their calendar. And since the calendar also is connected with their cultural anthropology, connected with major events in the history of that specific nation, then these calendars, the starting point in all these calendars will be an event which is a meaningful event in that specific nation. And the challenge now for Biruni, can science interfere into this? Can science inform us on whether we can develop a universal human calendar? Biruni said, yes, this is possible, and it is equally desirable for us to rectify some of the mistakes and the erroneous calculation which has been committed by some of these nations, especially if we all understand that all these nations, they would refer back to a starting point of humanity. And obviously the starting point of humanity for some of these nations will be their ethnic group, how they came into existence, how the first man came into existence. And from there, perhaps, would be the starting point of their calendar and their own history. And some of these nations, especially the nations that Biruni was very familiar with, which is the Persians, the Christians, the Jews, and the Muslims as well, they believe that there was a story of creation of the first man. And then from the first man, a major event happened into the history of the first man was the deluge. And all these four nations will share also a very important political event, which is the military expedition of Alexander the Great. Because Alexander the Great was the one who unified the ancient world of his time, and he had interacted with these people. Of course, I mean, the Muslims were not yet in existence, but the other three nations, with them, Alexander the Great actually, of course, I mean, the Christians were not also in existence like Muslims, but also their history, because it was connected with the history of the Jewish people, were somehow related to that very important event in the history of the ancient world. And that history of the ancient world also had some memories in the Chinese history, the Indian history, the Hindu history, and others as well, the Azerbaijani history and others as well. Now, for Biruni, the scientists have got to collect data about the movement of the sun and the movement of the moon in relation to the Earth, and the movement perhaps of the Earth in relation to these two planets. And that scientific data will help us to rectify the kind of calendars which were developed. So what he called al-Burhan al-Tabi'i, this scientific data, is a very important factor in rectifying erroneous calculations of historical events in these calendars, as well as what he called, in addition to al-Burhan al-Tabi'i, the comparative religious history of these nations when these nations came into interaction with others. When the Jews came into interaction with the Romans, when the Jews came into interaction with Alexander the Great, when the Jews, let us say, came into interaction with the Egyptians, when the Jews came into interaction with the Canaanites and the Persian as well in the Babylonian exile. All these have been registered differently in these different calendars of these different people. But if you compare this to the very idea of who was the first man, the starting point of the human history, then the calculations in relation to the scientific data which has been gathered by the scientists about the movement of the sun and the moon and Earth, planet Earth. In addition, I mean, these are the three things. I mean, I said al-Burhan al-Tabi'i and the comparative historical religious studies, as well as the universal elements in the history of humanity, the universal factors like the beginning of humanity and universal events that did take place in the history of humanity as well. Biruni, by collecting the data, I mean, the scientific data, as well as collecting and making diagrams and making tables of these scientific data in his books, and also by bringing in these socio-cultural religious events in that specific nation within that specific calendar, and also added to this a very important element, which is, as I said, the universal factors that interconnect all these nations together in one human race. He was able to rectify some of the mistakes that he noted in the religious calendar of the Jewish people and others as well. And obviously the Jews of his time accepted some of the observations that he made on their religious calendar. And that was an achievement for a scientist at the time of al-Biruni, who was open-minded when he looked into the phenomenon of the differences between the different calendars of different nations and different religious communities as well. Now, al-Biruni, as I said, was aware of how the impact of the different worldviews could affect science, history, and religion. And he reflected that in his book, the first book which he wrote about the chronology of nations, where though the book was mainly focused on the religious tradition of the Persian people. And for somebody who's of a Persian origin and became a Muslim, and was well informed about the different religions of the Persians and the development of the religious tradition, he himself realized that the interaction between the Persian people, who were very civilized at the time when they interacted with the Arabs, were the champions of Islam, and who managed actually to destroy the Persian Empire at their time. And most of the Persian people at the time of Biruni converted to Islam and became Muslim. Some of them were very unhappy with what happened to their own history in relation to the Arabs. And they had this nostalgia of going back to the pride and the history of the Persian Empire as well. And that created anti-Arabism among some of them, and created a phenomenon that has been called by the Muslim jurists as the Zandaqa. People who would become Muslims, but in their hearts, they still belong or affiliate to the religion of their forefathers. And they became Muslims, not because they are afraid or they wanted to gain anything, but they became Muslims to destroy Islam from within. And the Zandaqa was a phenomenon that created so many crises within the Muslim communities in Persia and other parts of the Muslim world as well. Though at the time of al-Biruni, it wasn't that serious, but let us say 100 years before al-Biruni was born, it was one of the major problems that created so many tensions and created so many hotspots in the relationship between the Muslims and the Persians. Biruni realized that it is because of the fact that early Muslims who invaded Persia were not sensitive enough in understanding the sensibility of the Persians. Had it been the case that they were having full understanding of this cultural phenomenon, other than their own cultural phenomenon, the process of converting the Persians to Islam and to Islamic civilization could have been much more easier than it happened. And Biruni also drew our attention to the fact that the Quran talked a lot about Christianity and Judaism, but in passing mentioned the religion of the Persians. And the Muslims by nature, the Arab Muslims of early Islam by nature, were well informed about the religion, well informed about Christianity, and developed their own Christology and an understanding of the Jewish history as well, and the Jewish people in history and during their time, during the time of the Prophet ﷺ in the city-state of Medina. But Muslims were really innocent of understanding the religion of Persia. Only one companion of the companions of the Prophet ﷺ was of a Persian origin, Salman al-Farisi. And Salman al-Farisi obviously didn't do that much to inform the fellow Muslims in Medina or elsewhere about the religion of his forefathers, because he was not at all satisfied with the religions of his forefathers. That's why he left Persia and he was roaming around looking for the Prophet who would come at the end of the time. And when he found the Prophet ﷺ, he converted to Islam and became a very close associate and companion of the Prophet ﷺ. So in a nutshell, Muslims at that time were not really well informed about the Persian religions and the development of their religious sensibility. And because of that, the interaction between them and the conversion of the Persians into Islam wasn't that smooth. Now, Biruni in this book provided a model which could have been very useful if it was understood in early Islam, on how to come up with an understanding of the religious sensibility of the Persian people, Al-Majusiya, the Zoroastrian religion, and the Magi religion, and how these religions can be understood the way the Quran presented an understanding of Christianity and Judaism. And this is exactly what Biruni did. He developed an Islamic worldview within the religious sensibilities of the Persian people of his time, which meant here that Al-Biruni, that kind of optics perhaps and prism in understanding a particular situation, which is the religion of the Persian people, was understood from the universalities and universal concepts which were developed by Islam in the Quran, and also looking at these universal principles and universalities of Islam from a particular angle, which is the Persian perspective of Islam as a universal religion. That kind of interaction would bring in, as I said, the worldview, would bring in also the scientific understanding and the scientific activity of Al-Biruni as a major scientist and an engineer of his time, would bring in also the knowledge of al-Biruni that he collected throughout his career as a historian and as also an anthropologist. And finally, his understanding of a religious phenomenon as such, and how Islam can be understood within that kind of religious phenomenon as such. All these are connected to the very idea of the different calendars. And these different calendars for Biruni will interact with a universal calendar which he himself as a scientist would like to create. Now, this scientific investigation of the calendar, perhaps al-Biruni was the first to make a scientific investigation into the understanding of calendars and their interrelationship with science, religious tradition, and international history of humanity. This proposition of mine actually is based on the two books of Biruni, and perhaps you can add to them Qanun al-Mas'udi as a third book. But if you look into these two books of al-Biruni, my understanding of them is that the chronology of nations, though it talks about Christianity and Judaism, and it talks about the Greek religion as well, but the major focus and the main information that Biruni brought in that book was the religious sensibility of the Persian people prior to the coming of Islam into Persia. So he there presented an Islamic perspective on the Persian religion, al-Majusiya, the Zoroastrianism in particular. So his understanding of Zoroastrianism was given from a universal Islamic perspective. This doesn't mean that he was giving an Islamic understanding which is totally devoid of the truth of Zoroastrianism as a religion. No. As a matter of fact, what he did was the Zoroastrian religion, he needed to make sense of it without distorting the religion from an Islamic perspective. How a Muslim actually, at his time, who culturally actually belonged to the Persian zone, but religiously is a Muslim, and he would like to have a deep look into that religious tradition from an Islamic perspective, without distorting the religious tradition of the Zoroastrian, as the Quran did when it speaks about Christianity and Judaism. I mean, that shared perspective, the Quranic perspective, allowed him actually to come up with a sensible understanding of the Persian religion, and he reflected that intelligently in his book, The Chronology of Nations. Now, in that book also, he was telling us that he has less information and doubtful information about Hinduism at his time. He said he knew that little about Hinduism because, as I said, this book was wrote in 390 of the Hijra calendar. But when he joined, and actually he was forced to join the Mahmud al-Ghaznavi's military expedition into India, when he joined that military expedition into India and he stayed for some time in India, learned Sanskrit, and had a very thoughtful interaction with the scientists of India at his time, and he translated Sainik and Patanjali, two important books, and also he translated parts of the Gita. And from these translations, he was able to construct a whole book entitled Al-Bayruni's Indias, has been translated by Sakhaw. Now, that book, Bayruni again, applied this universality outlook, this universal, this set of universal principles on understanding the history of humanity, which he developed in understanding the Persian religion and the Persian sensibility. He applied the same method on understanding the religious heritage of the Hindu people of his time. Now, but as I said, the understanding actually would have these three components. One of them, what he called al-Burhan al-Tabi'i, and the second thing is this comparative anthropological history of the people as has been narrated by the people themselves. And the third ingredient is based on these universal principles that Bayruni said that we as human beings actually would share. And these universal principles also are connected with the universal history of humanity in general. So if you would like to see Bayruni's understanding of the calendars of the Persian people, the Christians, the Coptics, the different churches of Christianity, as well as the Romans of his time and the Jews, the understanding is based on this interrelationship between science, religious traditions, and international history. And of course, these are all connected with what we call the worldview, as he started to inform us how the worldview of the Arabs and the Indians of his time are more similar to the worldview, are similar to each other and different from the worldview of the Romans and the Persians of his time. That's why it has been reflected in their understanding of calendars as well. Now, allow me to come to the last part, which we did together. We followed actually the works of Bayruni in understanding the Islamic calendar. Of course, in the chronology of nations, Bayruni also talked about the Islamic calendar, the Hijri calendar, but it was not as developed as we decided to have it and connect the calendar into some other fields of knowledge that will help us to understand the nature of the Islamic calendar as a calendar. Now, what we did, perhaps we would call it in the paper that we published, a fresh examination of the Islamic calendar suggests that it was a lunar calendar from the outset. The pre-Islamic Arabs appear to have used the lunar calendar in conjunction with a lunisolar calendar. And that's why the Quran, as well as the Prophet ﷺ, after the liberation of Mecca, decided to drop the solar aspect of the lunar calendar, and the Islamic calendar became specifically a lunar calendar, not a lunisolar calendar. Now, discrepancy in reporting a particular event in different years in the Islamic calendar, dates, different year dates, may have been due to different starting points when the making of the calculations. Now, when the Islamic calendar actually started, we know that the Islamic calendar is started marking the event of the Hijrah. But was the Hijrah happened in the first months of the lunar calendar, the Islamic lunar calendar? Of course, it wasn't. Now, the calculation which made the calendar an official calendar was not done at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, but rather it was done at the time of Umar ibn al-Khattab, as we know from the tradition. So it might be like almost after 6 or 7 years after the death of the Prophet ﷺ, when a Hijri calendar was instated. And that's why the Muslim historians will have different reportings of different major events in Islamic history. Now, our new methodology that we developed would use this specific date verification, which has been developed to verify the chronology of historical events through date matching calculations. Now, the lunar year comprises, as all we know, of 354 days. However, in a 30-year cycle, the lunar year is made of 355 days on 11 occasions. This means that the extra day must be added 11 times every 30 years. Now, the standard, these are the devices, the applications which have been developed, which will help us, and it helped us a great deal to verify the date matching calculation that we did in our paper. So the standard astronomical and civil calendars, these are two different calendars, applications, postulate that the extra day that should be added to the month of Zulhijjah, this is the last month in the Islamic lunar calendar, during a 30-year cycle should be in the following years 2, 5, 7, 10, 13, 16, 18, 21, 24, 26, and 29. Now, this is just a postulate. I mean, it could be done differently. But if it has been done differently, of course, the calculation will vary from one set of postulation to another set of postulation. There is a one-day discrepancy between the astronomical and civil calendars, these two devices. There is one-day discrepancy that has to be noted. And the 1st of Muharram, the first year of Hijrah, retains as a Thursday, 15th July, AD 622, on the astronomical calendar, and as Friday, 16 July, AD 622, on the civil calendar. Now, the specific date verifications actually help us to come up with a specific understanding of major dates in the life of the Muslims in their history, in the history of early Islam. Perhaps the first important day for the Muslims would be the date of birth of the Prophet ﷺ. And since the date of the birth of the Prophet ﷺ is connected with the Abraha expedition against Mecca, and here we have to keep in mind that this Abraha expedition was not only captured in the history of early Islam alone, but it was captured also in the history, in the universal history of the Persians and others. So we would say that the Abraha expedition against Mecca, SCC, was 42 lunar calendar after Khusru first acceded to throne on the 18th of August, AD 531, 17 of Rabi' al-Thani, 93 before Hijrah. So that would be the year 93 before Hijrah, which will be rendered as Sunday, 13th Muharram, 51 before Hijrah, or 14 of February, AD 572. Now, the Prophet's birth, if we apply SAC, would be Monday, 12 Rabi' al-Awwal, 51 before Hijrah, 11 April, AD, and 572 AD. Now, if we want to another important event in the history of Islam, as you can tell that all these events from the tradition of the Prophet ﷺ happened on Monday. But when we use the SAC and SCC, we realize that exactly all these date verifications will be on Monday, different years. I mean, Monday, the Prophet birth date will be Monday 12 Rabi' al-Awwal, and the Prophet first revelation will be Monday 17 of Ramadan, and the Hijrah itself will be Monday 12 Rabi' al-Awwal, and then also a very important event and well-documented event in the history of early Islam will be the Battle of Badr. For SCC, it will be Friday 17 of Ramadan, and the first year of Al-Hijrah. Now, for these specific dates exist in 3 political documents of early Islam as well. Now, here, how we make a kind of a cross comparison of the same dates which appeared in the history of early Islam, and also it has been reflected in international history and international records, not Muslim records, but records which are in the custody of non-Muslims at the time of early Islam. So we looked at the Prophet covenant with the Christians of Najran, which was in the custody of Muslims and non-Muslims as well. But we looked into it as it appeared in the custody of the non-Muslims, and we realized that the specific date, which is Monday, would be counted as the 29th Rabi' al-Thani, 4th year of Hijrah. The same thing is about the Prophet of Covenant with the Jews of Khaybar and Makkah, and it has been rendered as it's shown in the screen, as you can tell. And a very important document of early Islam, which is the Siffin Arbitration Agreement between Ali and Muawiyah. When we utilized the SAC, we realized that it is true, it is Wednesday, 16 Safar of Al-Hijrah, which could be also Wednesday, the 2nd of August, AD 657. So these instances are accurate in all 3. These 3 dates are accurate in these 3 instances to the day and date as well. Now, we have also looked into archaeological artifacts, and we realized that these archaeological artifacts attested to some of the dates as they appeared in the literary sources of the Muslims. So this inscription of Hamad Gadar, which is in Greek, we realized that the dating is very accurate to the dates which have been recorded in the Muslim literary sources as well.
Sorry, Professor, we are coming to the final minute of this session. Would you be able to finish this slide?
Yeah. So this is a translation of the Greek text, and then I'll go to another papyri, which does have the same date, which is also very accurate and matching the same as in the literary sources of the Muslims. And this is the translation of the papyri, and then we will go to the conclusion, which I will submit that Biruni was a great Muslim scientist who integrated scientific investigation and traditional knowledge of religions of his time into one holistic perspective. His study of calendars of different religious communities testify to the interrelationship between religions, science, and worldview. Now, new tools exist today which allow us to continue the legacy of Al-Biruni by adopting a fresh perspective into the study of Islamic calendar in relation to reported historical event, archaeological data, and papyri. And thank you very much, and I apologize for taking more than the time which has been allocated for me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Ibrahim. Thank you so much for that wonderful and a very, very insightful presentation. And I think, at least for me, this is really the first time I'm seeing and I'm listening to how, the study of interreligious dialogue through the studies of calendar. And it's so profound, And one unique factor that I learned from your presentation is realize that there are a lot of critical aspects of interreligious dialogue which are often, neglected, are truly highlighted in your presentation today. So, I mean, for example, interreligious dialogue, what we know, from this experience of Al-Biruni, it is not new. He has been conducting and he has been doing interreligious dialogue like for many centuries ago. And there are also a few very important elements of, what we can learn from Al-Biruni is really this mindset of being curious, the curiosity mindset of wanting to understand, about other people, wanting to really get to, to identify, the common values and the universal values of humanity. And all these things, because of the openness of his mindset, it leads to a lot of realization. It leads to a lot of, reflection, a lot of learning, and of course, eventually, it leads to a lot of creation, of new calendars, of new ideas. And of course, it leads to, the creation of positive values for peaceful coexistence among all humanity. And I guess these are the few very, very important elements of interreligious dialogue, which we could learn from Al-Biruni's experience, on his study on calendar in a very scientific manner. So once again, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. So before we close this session, perhaps I would also like to open it up for questions. If there's anyone who would like to have any questions to Professor Ibrahim. We saw that Dr. Visha's hands is being raised virtually. I'm not sure if Dr. Visha, you have any question for Professor Ibrahim?
Yeah, Dr. Wendy, maybe I could click on my video. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Ibrahim. I've been always curious about calendars and lunar month, especially like, when they look up for Shawwal moons and all. But I would like to just share about, because you mentioned Al-Biruni went to India, right? So I used to be very curious because like in India, if they have festivals like Pongal, Diwali, Taipusam, those are very lunar based, which means it follows the lunar month. But there is something which never changes, which is the Hindu New Year, which is always falling on the 13th it's very certain. It's always on the 13th or 14th of April. So I have always been curious about this, and I realized that India, I wouldn't say the Hindus because India is multicultural, multi-religious. It's the only country which uses actually Luna plus the Corona, which is the sun. And that's what I found out. The new year follows the sun, but the other social and cultural festivals follow the moon because they have to go by the weather and all that. So that is something that I found. Did you kind of like did research on that?
Yeah. Actually, the Arabs of early Islam, the Arabs prior to Islam, were just like the Brahmanic calendar or the calendar in India, which is a lunisolar calendar. It means, yes, it is lunar, but it has to be adjusted to the seasons. And that would make it the major events, let us say, for the pre-Islamic Arabs would be the pilgrimage to Mecca. So they wanted to fix the pilgrimage to Mecca in a specific time, and the fixation of the pilgrimage would require, as you noted, a solar calendar. The rest of the year would follow the moon, the new moon, the sighting of the new moon. But a specific event like the Hajj will be adjusted according to the here. They are not using the lunar calendar, but rather they are using the solar calendar. So that's why Percival and others who studied the pre-Islamic calendar would tell us, and also Muhammad Hamidullah, an Indian scholar, would tell us that the pre-Islamic era used not only a lunar calendar, but rather a luni-solar calendar, which is similar to what you said about the festivities in India as well. I mean, the beginning of the year in India, though it is using a lunar system, but when it comes to that specific event, it is rather not a lunar calendar, but rather a solar one. So if you want to understand that system, it is actually not a lunar or solar, but rather a lunisolar calendar, where the lunar calendar will be adjusted by the solar calendar to keep the 4 seasons intact.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ibrahim. Again, I think it is so fascinating for us to learn about calendars. We have been using calendars for all our life, but we don't really delve into the beauty of calendars and of the different calendars, and there's so much for us to learn through this knowledge of calendar itself. So once again, with deep gratitude, thank you so much, Professor Ibrahim, for your wonderful keynote address. That's really, really insightful and fascinating. And I'm sure all the participants today have actually learned so much, from this Al-Biruni's ideas and his work, especially with regards to interreligious dialogue through calendar. So thank you so much. So now we would like to proceed to also in this third session, the session 3, we are also very privileged to have 2 paper presentations, which will be presented by Mr. Muhammad Mutasim bin Malik as the first presenter and followed by Mr. Ahmad Muhammad as the second presenter. So the topic of Mr. Mutasim's presentation this afternoon is about ethics in animals experimentation, the concept of al-darura as a complementary to the principles of 3 Rs. Now, before I pass the floor to Mr. Mutasim, please allow me to briefly introduce to you his background. Mr. Muhammad Mutasim is the Senior Research Officer at the Institute of Islamic Understanding, Malaysia. He holds a bachelor degree in Applied Science with Islamic Studies, majoring in Biohealth Sciences from the University of Malaya in 2015, and a Master of Islamic Studies from the same university in 2018. His research interest encompasses Islam and science, particularly Islamic bioethics in scientific and healthcare issues. And his current research is on freezing of sperms and eggs for unmarried people due to medical reasons from an Islamic perspective. He is also a member of the National Standard Committee for Halal, as well as the Technical Committee member on Halal Food, Department of Standard Malaysia, and committee member of National Bioethics Council. So with that, let us put our hands together and bid a warm welcome to our first paper presentation for this session, Mr. Muhammad Mutasim bin Malik. Over to you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Wendy, for the kind introduction. And I also would like to express my appreciation to Dr. Duria for sharing today's event, my former lecturer, Dr. Duria. And also I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer, Center for Civilizational Dialogue, for allowing me to present my paper. As being introduced by Dr. Wendy, first of all, I would like to share my presentation. Can you see my presentation, Dr. Wendy?
Yeah, but you have
to see your presentation. Thank you so much. We can see clearly.
Okay. So as being introduced by Dr. Wendy just now, I am from the Center for Science and Environment Studies, ICIM. In ICIM, we look at the emerging issues in the science and technology from the lens of Islamic ethics. So some of the issues are such as end-of-life care, artificial reproductive technologies, organ transplantation, and so on. So my current interest is regarding research ethics, and one of the subtopic is animal research from the Islamic perspective. So today I'm going to talk about ethics in animal experimentation, the concept of ad-darurah as complementary to the principle of 3 R's. So I would like to make a disclaimer. This is my preliminary attempt to incorporate Islam input into the ethics of animal experimentation. It will need more refinement to this paper. So what is animal experimentation? Animal experimentation referred to a procedure performed on living animals for the purposes of research into basic biology and diseases, assessing the effectiveness of new medicinal products, and testing the human health and or environmental safety of consumer and industry products such as pharmaceuticals and industrial agrochemicals. So all procedures, even those classified as mild, have the potential to cause the animals physical, psychological distress and suffering. So at the end of each experiment, most animals are killed, but some may be reused in the subsequent experiments. There are many types of procedures in animal experimentation. Some of the common ones are such as forced chemical exposure in toxicity testing, which can include oral force feeding, forced inhalation, skin or injection into abdomen, muscle, and etc. So secondly, exposure to drugs, chemicals, or infectious diseases at level that cause illness, pain, and distress or death. For example, to understand the mechanism of action of a certain drug or chemicals, or the mechanism of the disease, the drug and the chemicals and the disease will be exposed to the animals. The third one is genetic manipulation, which is addition or knocking out one or more genes. This is performed in the embryonic level of animals. And the fourth one, surgical procedures followed by recovery. This is especially to test new surgical techniques or new surgical devices. Infliction of wounds, burns, and other injuries to study healing, and other manipulation to create animal models of human diseases ranging from cancer to stroke to depression. For example, to test drugs or therapy for cancer, in the laboratory phase of research, cancer is induced in mice to study the disease. Because this procedure exposes animals to pain and in worst case death, proper guidance is needed to protect their welfare, their right. Luckily, we have a number of guidelines. One of those is the principle of 3 R's by Russell and Birch. The principle of 3 R's include the first R is replacement, the second R is reduction, and the third R is refinement. Replacement emphasizes using animals with alternative techniques or avoiding using animals altogether, such as replacing animals with tissue culture, computer simulation of 3D modeling. If the animal use cannot be avoided, a reduction must be carefully devised and designed. So the reduction seek to reduce the number of animal use, reduce the animals use to the minimum that still satisfy the statistical requirement of the research. And lastly is the refinement. It means refining the whole process of animal handling to reduce the animal suffering to a minimum. Refinement applies to all aspects of animal use, from their housing and husbandry to the scientific procedures performed on them and their care after the study is completed. This step is very crucial and it is required for a scientist to have an adequate understanding of animal biology, physiology in order to decide the best. For example, what kind of cage would be suitable for the rabbit, for example, or is it will be the same as the cage for mice? In the study of healing, for example, where the wound should be inflicted, and after the infliction of wound, can animal be caged together with other animals, for example? So the basic their basic behavior, biology, physiological must be understood first in order to make the refinement really thought. So in my opinion, the 3 R's principle are quite comprehensive to guide the scientists to conduct ethical animal experimentation. However, it is also for me is one step better if we could look at the animal experimentation in the light of spiritual and morality guidance. For me, I would like to see how we could gel the existing principle, the 3 R's, with the religious teaching or religious legal theory, for example. And for Muslim, this is very important, not only because of the animal's welfare, but it's also due to the reminder that everything that we do to other creation, be it or good or evil, we will accounted for it. So from Islamic perspective, we must understand the human-animals relationship in Islam. What Islam, how Islam view animal. So from this verse of Quran, Surah An-Nahl, animals are created for us for the purpose of our nutrient needs. In some cases for clothing, and animal also for us to ride as our transportation. However, despite Al-Quran mention animal for their use for human, actually animals are not ranked below human in terms of hierarchy. We do not have the right we don't have right to the total dominion over animals. As Allah stated in the Quran, there is not an animal that lives on the earth, nor a being that flies on its wings, but form a part of communities like you. Therefore, human and animals actually a one community. It's not that human above anything else. So when we talk about human and animal relationship, it is not about how animals could serve human, but also how human can protect animals. So because of that, we must look at how Islam propose the best ethical conduct toward animals. As we can see in the some of the prophetic traditions, for example, the first one that which I display here, the first prophetic tradition emphasized that the prophetic tells the story about how a woman stuffed her cat, and because of what she did, she will be punished in the hereafter. And the second one also tells the story about how Prophet Muhammad reprimands a man who stuffed his camel and make it work too much, and it is told that the camel complained about it to Prophet Muhammad. The third one is how the Prophet Muhammad prohibit the act of instigating fights between animals, especially for amusement, such as bullfighting and cockfighting. And the fourth one, it is emphasized that Islam prohibit killing animals without justified reason. For example, pigeon shooting for sport or for amusement. And lastly, even with the justified reason, killing animals must be done in the most merciful way. So from this prophetic tradition, we conclude that when interacting with animals, one must ensure that animals in his or her care are given their fundamental needs, such as food, water, and a suitable home according to their biological and physiological features. Second one, any use of animal must be justified, such as for food purposes. The third one, animal killing for justified reasons, such as for their meat, must be made in the most comfortable way. For example, in Islam, when you want to slaughter the cow, for example, the knife must be sharpened to reduce the pain to the absolute minimum. And lastly, no pain shall be inflicted on the animal, especially for amusement, as seen in the bullfighting and cockfighting. So, moving back to the scope of presentation, which is animal experimentation, not much actually being discussed in the Islamic fraternity, but this book covers some of it, such as this book. Sorry, setting up presentation. Sorry. This book, Animal Welfare in Islam, from Al-Hafiz Bashir Ahmad Masri. According to him, many of the experiments that are being done in the name of research and education are not really necessary. And some research on animals may yet be justified given the tradition of Islam. The most important of all consideration is to decide whether the experiment is really necessary and there is no alternative to it. So the key point here is the necessity of the research or the experiment itself. In Islamic jurisprudence, when we discuss, it is this key point discussed under the chapter of ad-darurah, the necessity. Ad-darurah or the necessity refer to something that we need, where our life depends on it. If we lost it, our life will perish, or we will face a continuous extreme difficulty. For example, the need, we talk about animal experimentation. For example, we need research on COVID-19 to relieve our difficulty, health difficulty nowadays. So under the principle of the ad-darurah, there are two legal maxims that is appropriate to this topic. The first one is ad-darurat tubihu al-mahzurat, which means a necessity may authorize forbidden acts. There is a classical example for this legal maxims. For example, Muslim originally are not allowed to eat certain food. However, in the starvation situation where there is no alternative to it, the forbidden food is allowed to be consumed. But this permissibility is guided by another legal maxim, which is ad-darurah tuqaddar biqadariha. Necessity is determined according to its degree or extent. So, while we are allowed to consume the forbidden food in the scenario of starvation, the consumption is only allowed to the degree of maintaining our life, not to maintain our life so that we have energy to look for lawful food, not to consume it until we are full. So I try to implement these principles together with the 3R principles. But first, I would like to again make a disclaimer that this is not a proposed model on how research in animals should be operate, but this is only my preliminary suggestion on how a Muslim should think when engaging with animal experimentation. So this is how I try to apply those concept ad-darurah and gel it together with the 3Rs. For example, on the top of the figure, the design, we need to decide whether the research is necessary or not. If the necessity of the research is established, we will proceed to research design, deciding the best methods. Think about replacement of living animals with other subject. If we can find replacement, the best other alternative method, research design with no animal subject will be conducted. However, when replacement is not possible, where is no alternative to the animal subject, the ad-darurah is established with the specific legal maxim, ad-darurat tubihu al-mahzurat, a necessity may authorize prohibited acts. So in Islam, the prohibited acts here is referred to the infliction of pain to animals. Originally, inflicting pain to the animals is prohibited, but in the cases of no alternative in experimentation, it is allowed. But also, the infliction of pain must be done in the minimum, according to the principle of ad-darurah tuqaddar biqadariha. A necessity is determined according to its degree. So this this legal maxim is further refined by the other two principle of 3Rs, which is reduction, minimal number of animals used, and also refinement, minimal pain, and hoping by gelling together these principles, we will be able to protect animal welfare.
Sorry, Mr.
So again,
yeah,
yes?
we are at the final minute of our presentation.
Okay. Again, this is only my preliminary attempt to suggest thinking process in animal experimentation according to Islamic values. So I would like to conclude, Islam always emphasized that humans should be compassionate towards other beings, including animals, and harming animals without justified reason is a form of abuse that taints the true piety of the religion of Islam. In the context of scientific research, proper adequate preparation is required to justify the necessity of animal use. The combination of principle of darurah and the principle of 3Rs may be used as justification tool to convince the animal experimentation that being proposed is compliant with Islamic teaching. Thank you. I welcome any comments, suggestion, and question. If I'm not able to answer it now, I hope there will be other opportunities to discuss it in a separate occasion. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for a very, very interesting presentation. I think the topic that you talk about, about animal experimentation, I think this is something that is, that is a concern, or there's always this debate in many different religion, belief, and even, among the scientists and the bioethics, there's a lot of discussion in that, whether, using animals is right or wrong, so there's a lot of dilemma and discussion, going on. And today you have presented to us, from the Islamic perspective, and personally, I'm really listening and hearing about this for the very first time, and I find it very, very interesting. And I thank you so much for that, and it got to look so, for questions or comments. Anybody, anyone from the floor? Do you have any comments or suggestions or feedback or even some questions from Mr. Mutasim?
I was just wondering, Mr. Mustaqim, good presentation. I was just wondering whether you have any input at all. Sorry. Okay. Whether you have any info at all from about the same thing, but from the perspectives of other religion. Do you have in case you know?
Yeah. Last time I came across literature from Japan, according to their culture. I can't remember the term, but they also have similar understanding regarding the animal use in experimentation. But I will look further into it in the future.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think that's a brilliant comment, that it'll be great if you can do a comparative study, from the different religious perspective. That will be excellent. So once again, thank you so much, Mr. Mustaqim, for your sharing and for your wonderful presentation today. So now I would like to invite our second paper presenter, that is Mr. Ahmad. Yeah, Mr. Ahmad Muhammad. So he will be presenting to us about issues of interfaith dialogue implementation in Malaysia. But before I invite Mr. Ahmad to do his presentation, please allow me to briefly introduce to you his background. Mr. Ahmad is actually a PhD candidate, so we'll be calling him Dr. soon, I guess, right? From the Department of Aqidah and Islamic Thought at Academy of Islamic Studies, University Malaya. So currently, he is a research assistant to the University Malaya Center for Civilizational Dialogue, and his research interest is really on interfaith dialogue. So the topics of his thesis is pembentukan garis panduan messenger dialogue melalui analisa kritikan-kritikan terhadap dialog antara agama. So with that, let us welcome our second paper presentation for this session. Mr. Ahmad, the floor is yours.
Share screen ya. Terima kasih saya ucapkan kepada moderator kita pada hari ini, Dr. Wendy, MC pada hari ini, Dr. Duria, dan juga sahabat-sahabat sekalian. Tajuk pembentangan saya pada hari ini adalah bertajuk Issues of Interfaith Dialogue Implementation in Malaysia. Berkenaan pengenalannya, iaitu maksud dasar yang dipanggil dialog itu adalah berasal dari etimologi Greek, iaitu dialog, dialogos, dialogestai, atau kombinasi perkataan dia dengan perkataan legin atau logos yang membawa maksud sebagai sebuah perbincangan, perbualan secara formal antara negara atau sesebuah kumpulan bagi menyelesaikan sesebuah masalah yang timbul atau salah faham yang berlaku. Rentetan maksud ini pengistilahannya telah banyak dikisarkan dan dirincikan pemaknaannya oleh para cendekiawan, ahli-ahli akademik, dan ianya juga telah diuraikan dengan jelas pada sesi kita yang pertama tadi, dan saya sempat memetik, iaitu kata kunci bagi dialog itu sendiri adalah perbezaan. Berdasarkan pengertian ini, dialog ini sesuai dijadikan sebuah medium untuk diterapkan dan diamalkan, khususnya ke atas negara yang berbilang kaum seperti Malaysia, Indonesia dan sebagainya. Bahkan ianya bukanlah termaktub kepada sesebuah negara sahaja, tetapi ia adalah sebuah perkara yang diumumkan kepada dunia kerana setiap negara itu mempunyai perbezaan etnik mereka yang tersendiri. Menurut kaji juga, dialog antara agama ini adalah sebuah mekanikal yang digunakan bagi mengumpul mereka yang berbeza pegangan, fahaman dan latar belakang bagi membincangkan sesuatu isu yang dipandang dari pelbagai perspektif dalam melahirkan dan mewujudkan permuafakatan dan juga keharmonian di antara penganut-penganut agama bagi mewujudkan kedamaian dalam kehidupan seharian kita. Latar belakang bagi isu ataupun permasalahan kajian ini, pengkaji melihat dan menyenaraikan sebanyak 8 pemikir yang mengemukakan hujah dan sebab ke atas kritikan dan penulisan mereka mengenai penolakan terhadap dialog antaragama ini. Kritikan inilah yang menjadi salah satu isu terbesar terhadap pengamalan dialog antara agama itu sendiri. Kajian ini amat penting kerana wujudnya kritikan dan tentangan yang dilontarkan terhadap dialog antara agama. Kajian ini juga akan membentangkan dan membahaskan lebih banyak isu-isu yang pernah wujud ataupun tercetus di Malaysia. Hal ini amatlah berbahaya kerana sekiranya kritikan yang dilontarkan itu adalah benar, maka ia tidaklah kita boleh melihatnya baik ke atas dialog antaragama itu. Dalam hal ini perlunya pemahaman yang betul dan juga tepat terhadap pengertian dan pelaksanaan dialog antaragama itu, dan perlunya sebuah kajian untuk mengenal pasti sejauh manakah kebenaran terhadap kritikan-kritikan dan tentangan-tentangan yang timbul. Kajian ini amat penting kerana ianya bukanlah sebuah isu yang remeh, kerana dialog antaragama ini adalah sebuah medium dan juga platform yang digunakan bagi membincangkan sesuatu masalah dan untuk berkomunikasi di antara mereka yang berbeza pandangan dan juga fahaman. Oleh itu, persoalannya adakah benar kritikan-kritikan yang dilontarkan ini, dan adakah benar wujud setengah pihak yang menyalahgunakan medium ini bagi mempromosikan ideologi-ideologi yang baru untuk diketengahkan kepada masyarakat awam. Sekiranya benar, ia merupakan sebuah isu yang amat besar dan cabaran yang amat berat terhadap pengamalan dialog antaragama ini. Objektif kajian pada hari ini adalah untuk mengenal pasti isu-isu yang timbul serta cabaran yang perlu ditempuhi dalam proses pelaksanaan dialog antara agama. Metodologi kajian yang digunakan oleh pengkaji adalah menggunakan kaedah penyelidikan kualitatif dengan menggunakan kaedah resensi kepustakaan yang membawa pembaca kepada kajian perpustakaan terbaru mengenai penerangan sebenar dialog antaragama itu. Pengumpulan data kajian ini pula adalah berpandukan dua kaedah utama, iaitu data primer dan juga data sekunder, iaitu data primer Quran dan Sunnah. Dapatan awal kritikan dan penolakan terhadap dialog antaragama ini, menurut Khalif Muammar, terdapat di antara penulis-penulis Islam dan juga penulis-penulis Barat yang menyatakan bahawa dialog antaragama ini adalah sinonim dengan pluralisme agama, dan mereka beranggapan bahawa ianya merupakan sebuah keperluan dalam meniti arus kemodenan ini. Sinonim yang dimaksudkan di sini adalah atas dasar persamaan usaha dalam menunjukkan dan menimbulkan keterbukaan dalam kepelbagaian bagi melahirkan sebuah persefahaman antara satu sama lain. Mereka ini juga cenderung dan berpegang bahawa dialog antara agama dan juga pluralisme agama ini adalah sama sahaja tanpa ada perbezaan. Seterusnya adalah dari Syamsuddin Arif yang turut mengutarakan perkara yang sama melalui penulisannya terhadap keterbukaan yang dibawa oleh dialog antaragama. Malah menurut pengkaji, penulisan Syamsuddin Arif ini dalam pendakwaannya kepada dialog antaragama adalah lebih keras dan lebih tajam, yang mana beliau mendakwa bahawa dialog antaragama ini digagaskan dan dipraktikkan hanya akan mendekatkan kepada kekufuran. Hal ini kerana beliau menyatakan bahawa dialog antaragama membawa gagasan mengenai persamaan kebenaran yang dimiliki oleh semua agama, seperti mana yang dibawa oleh pluralisme agama. Ernie Elmi Halim, Kamaruddin Saleh, Nur Fahana Abdul Rahman juga menyatakan bahawa terdapat penulisan daripada sarjana-sarjana Malaysia yang mendefinisikan dialog antaragama ini sebagai pluralisme agama. Menurut artikel ini, sarjana-sarjana ini mengemukakan bahawa pluralisme agama dan juga dialog antaragama ini adalah sebuah gagasan yang sama berdasarkan penghuraian pendefinisian antara kedua-duanya. Selain itu juga wujud sebuah laman tersawang yang membuka ruang dan platform kepada sesiapa sahaja yang ingin menyuarakan mengenai toleransi kaitan agama dan bangsa yang dikenali sebagai projek dialog. Toleransi di sini amatlah bagus, namun apabila ia dibuka dan terlalu terbuka kepada awam, maka tiada lagi barrier di antara disiplin ilmu antara satu sama lain. Projek dialog ini adalah sebuah platform yang ingin memajukan debat dan mewujudkan persefahaman antara pelbagai agama, kaum dan juga pemikiran atau ideologi. Antara penulisan yang diterbitkan melalui ruang wacana ini yang mungkin dapat mengelirukan masyarakat awam adalah dengan menyatakan dengan jelas bahawa kedamaian hidup bersama adalah meletakkan nilai kesamarataan, keharmonian dan keamanan antaragama. Nilai kesamarataan dalam beragama ini merupakan salah satu gagasan yang dipegang oleh mereka yang berfahaman pluralisme. Hal ini sekaligus menimbulkan tanda tanya dan persoalan. Adakah dialog antaragama dan pluralisme agama ini mempunyai kaitan antara satu sama lain? Pada peringkat ini, kritikan dan tomahan yang dilontarkan terhadap dialog antaragama ini masih belum diketahui kesahihannya dan ianya perlulah dianalisa dengan lebih terperinci dalam mengenal pasti terhadap status kebenaran kritikan tersebut. Ancaman-ancaman ideologi dan kritikan seperti ini amat membimbangkan banyak pihak kerana ia melibatkan soal agama dan ianya akan menimbulkan keraguan kepada masyarakat awam khususnya di Malaysia ini. Dalam hal ini perlunya sebuah fahaman yang betul dan tepat terhadap pengertian itu sendiri dan juga pelaksanaan dialog antaragama dan perlunya sebuah kajian untuk mengenal pasti sejauh manakah kebenaran terhadap kritikan dan tentangan yang dilontarkan terhadap dialog antaragama itu. Kritikan ini amat penting kerana ianya bukanlah sebuah isu yang remeh kerana kritikan dan isu yang dilontar ini pastinya akan mencalarkan imej dan kredibiliti pengamalan dialog antaragama itu sendiri. Sedangkan platform yang digunakan di Malaysia ini adalah bagi mengumpul mereka yang berbeza pandangan, pendapat, fahaman, pegangan dan sebagainya dalam membincangkan sesuatu permasalahan dan isu yang timbul. Isu-isu dan kritikan yang dilontarkan terhadap dialog antaragama ini merupakan cabaran yang paling besar untuk ditangani dalam penerus kepada pengamalan dialog antaragama khususnya di Malaysia. Pengkaji tidak menafikan bahawa wujudnya cabaran yang lain dan juga penghalang terhadap kesukaran dalam mengamalkan dialog antaragama ini. Namun pengkaji memecahkan isu yang dihadapi terhadap pelaksanaan dialog antaragama kepada 3 bahagian, iaitu dari sudut pengenalannya, pengamalannya dan juga penerimaannya. Dari sudut pengenalannya, istilah dialog antaragama itu sendiri masih kurang diperkenalkan dan diterangkan, khususnya kepada negara yang mempunyai masyarakat yang berbilang kaum. Hal ini perlu diperkenalkan dengan lebih kerap pada awam kerana dialog antaragama adalah sebuah medium dan platform yang amat berkesan untuk memupuk dan melahirkan keharmonian dalam sesebuah masyarakat. Aspek yang kedua pula adalah berkaitan pengamalannya yang turut diambil menurut Rahimin Afendi yang disebabkan oleh pelaksanaan program yang agak terhad khususnya bagi program yang berbentuk intelektual. Cabaran dari aspek yang ketiga pula adalah penerimaannya masih tidak diterima oleh masyarakat sepenuhnya. Sebahagian masyarakat di Malaysia ini masih lagi ragu-ragu terhadap dialog antaragama disebabkan terlalu bersifat fanatik dan eksklusifisme agama. Berdasarkan pengamalan dialog antaragama itu sendiri, pengkaji melihat bahawa ianya amatlah berkesan. Contoh yang boleh dilihat adalah berkaitan dengan kekeliruan dan juga pertengkaran yang berlaku di antara Dr. Mujahid Rawah dan juga Dr. Ahmad Sami. Dan platform dialog antaragama ini diangkat dan dibicarakan antara mereka berdua bagi menyelesaikan isu itu dan ianya telah selesai dengan menggunakan platform ini. Isu-isu dan kritikan yang dilontarkan ini perlu dipandang serius bagi menentukan sama ada isu yang dilontarkan ini benar ataupun salah. Kritikan yang timbul berkemungkinan disebabkan kelemahan pelaksanaan dialog antaragama itu sendiri yang perlu ditampung kelompongannya dari semasa ke semasa. Pengkaji mengemukakan 5 faktor awal yang berkemungkinan menjadi wujudnya isu dan kritikan yang timbul terhadap dialog antaragama ini. Pertamanya adalah berkenaan salah faham terhadap konsep dialog antaragama itu sendiri. Yang kedua adalah tidak patuh kepada etika yang masih kurang, yang telah disenaraikan etika-etika terhadap dialog antaragama ini. Dan yang ketiga, kefahaman yang jumud berkaitan dakwah. Yang keempat pula adalah kekurangan ahli dialog yang berautoriti, kerana ahli dialog ini khususnya bagi platform yang berintelektual, ianya bukanlah mengambil masa dalam sehari dua untuk mencari pendialog yang sebenar untuk berhadapan dengan pendialog yang lain. Malah ianya memakan masa bulanan, malah tahunan bagi mencari pendialog yang sebenar-benarnya. Yang kelima pula adalah kekurangan modul yang efisien dalam berdialog. Hal ini kerana modul ini amat penting bagi seseorang pendialog itu melihat bagaimanakah kaedah yang efisien dan juga garis panduan yang boleh mereka ikut untuk mengamalkan dialog antaragama itu. Kesimpulannya adalah berkenaan awal isu yang dikemukakan ini mempunyai hubung kaitnya terhadap cabaran yang perlu dihadapi oleh keilmuan dialog antaragama. Hal ini kerana kritikan-kritikan dan isu inilah yang menjadi cabaran dan penghalang yang terbesar terhadap keberlangsungan dialog antaragama terutamanya di Malaysia ini. Namun begitu, pengkaji tidak menemui sebarang bukti yang menunjukkan bahawa dialog antaragama ini bercanggah dari akidah dan ajaran Islam yang sebenar. Malah pengkaji mengandaikan bahawa kritikan yang dilontarkan ini adalah disebabkan kekeliruan dan kurangnya pendedahan mengenai pemaknaan dialog itu sendiri. Dialog sebenarnya adalah proses untuk menyerlahkan perbezaan-perbezaan yang wujud, bercakap mengenainya dalam keadaan yang tenang kerana dialog tidak menuntut semua manusia menjadi serupa, tetapi bersedia menjelaskan perbezaan dan menerima perbezaan orang lain. Isu-isu dan kritik yang timbul ini amat penting untuk diteliti dan dikaji terhadap kebenarannya kerana ia melibatkan sektor agama dan juga pegangan akidah. Di samping itu, cabaran-cabaran yang dihadapi terhadap pelaksanaannya ini perlulah diketahui permasalahan akar bagi menangani dan menempani cabaran itu dengan lebih efektif. Keilmuan dialog antara agama ini secara kasarnya dipelopori oleh golongan-golongan intelektual dan pemimpin-pemimpin agama. Dalam hal ini, kajian ini amat penting dalam mengenal pasti kebenaran terhadap kritikan yang dilontarkan ke atas dialog antara agama kerana kebanyakannya dikendalikan oleh golongan-golongan yang elit yang mempunyai pengikut dan pengaruh yang besar terhadap masyarakat. Namun begitu, dalam berkhilaf ini penjagaan adab-adab dalam amatlah penting supaya ianya dapat dibahaskan melalui hujah-hujah akademik tanpa menggunakan emosi di samping menjaga keharmonian antara satu sama lain. Pengkaji tidak menemui sebarang bukti yang menunjukkan bahawa dialog antara agama yang sebenarnya adalah seperti kritikan yang dilontarkan. Malah pengkaji menemui pelbagai bukti yang menunjukkan bahawa dialog antara agama ini amatlah penting terutamanya dalam melahirkan dan mengekalkan keharmonian dalam sesebuah agama khususnya bagi negara-negara yang mempunyai kepelbagaian etnik, kaum dan agama. Pengkaji berpendapat bahawa perlunya sebuah kajian yang merangka dan membentuk sebuah modul baru ataupun garis panduan baru dalam membantu dan menampung modul-modul yang sedia ada yang masih kurang diterbitkan terutamanya di Malaysia. Akhir sekali, modul yang berkualiti ini amat penting dalam membentuk garis panduan, iaitu sebagai rujukan kepada ahli-ahli dialog dan juga pengurusan pelaksanaan dialog antara agama agar adanya tali pegangan di dalam lautan kebebasan. Sekian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Cik Ahmad atas satu pembentangan yang sangat-sangat baik. So pada pendapat saya, ya, ini adalah satu kajian yang memang penting, ya, amat penting. Sebab walaupun kita tahu ya dialog antara agama adalah satu perkara yang sangat mustahak ataupun sangat penting untuk sebuah masyarakat pelbagai kaum, of course terdapat juga banyak kritikan ya terhadap kepentingan dialog antara agama ini. So sebab itulah saya rasa satu kajian secara saintifik perlu dilakukan dengan terhadap kritikan ini supaya kesahihannya dapat dikaji dengan lebih mendalamnya. So jadi bagi saya ini adalah satu kajian yang begitu penting kerana kritikan ini akan memberi satu impak kepada negara kita, ya, yang pelbagai etnik dan pelbagai bangsa dan pelbagai agama. So tahniah dan syabas pada pembentangan Cik Ahmad. So before we end the session, again, I would like to invite if there's any comments or if there's any questions or any suggestions from the floor to Encik Ahmad.
Encik Ahmad, pertamanya saya juga mengucapkan syabas di atas pembentangan ini. Saya cuma, I know this is only preliminary. Saya ingin tahu bila disebut modul-modul yang sedia ada perlu dimantapkan, perlu ada modul yang baru. Boleh beri contoh tak? Satu dua contoh modul yang sedia ada? Ataupun possible modul lain?
Contoh modul yang saya pernah lihat bukanlah diletakkan nama sebagai modul secara direct. Tapi ianya telah digariskan dalam artikel-artikel ahli-ahli akademik.
Contoh-contoh macam mana tu?
Saya tak ingat nama artikel itu, tapi itu dia senaraikan contohnya bagaimana kita ingin mengamalkan dialog antaragama ini berdasarkan hati. Ada juga yang menyenaraikan bagaimana kita ingin mengamalkan dialog antaragama ini berdasarkan perbuatan. Jadi ianya tidaklah secara menyeluruh, hanya fokus kepada sesuatu bahagian saja.
Okay.
So maksudnya pada pendapat Cik Ahmad, ya, modul yang kita perlu ada adalah modul yang lebih merangkumi pelbagai aspek dan bukan sebahagian seperti mana yang ada pada sekarang, ya.
Ya, betul.
Okay, alright. Thank you so much for that suggestions. I'm checking if there's there's another question in the question and answer chat box. Ahmad Kamal said there is no clear ethics on the etiquette code of behavior. Sorry. Yeah. So is there no clear ethics or rather etiquette code if behavior participants of dialogue? Is there none of pusat dialog peradaban? Ada tak kod etika untuk kita berdialog? Soalannya.
Modul lah, tak dicakapkan.
Ada tak kod untuk berdialog? Etika kod berdialog?
Actually, Dr. Wendy,
yes,
okay, Ahmad nanti berjawab juga. Yang saya ingat, kita ada banner perkara ni, dan actually there's a list of do's and don'ts. That's the closest we get to etika lah, dan kita pernah let's say apungkan perkara ini. We've invited people to work on it as well. So kesimpulannya ada, dan apa yang Ahmad bentangkan ni sesuatu yang kita dah tahu semenjak 26 tahun yang lalu lah, dan ini adalah kita kata cabaran sepanjang masa. Tetapi as Dr. Wendy says, maybe it's good to do a proper scientific thorough research on this matter, yeah, and then be prepared to deal with it. Tetapi saya sendiri tidak cenderung menggunakan dialog antaragama. Kita tidak mendialogkan agama. Yang berdialog adalah penganut-penganut berbagai agama. For many years, I was a member of Jawatankuasa mempromosi harmoni di antara penganut agama di Malaysia. Di bawah Jabatan Perpaduan, dan anggotanya termasuk JAKIM dan lain-lain. So to put it in a very crude manner, we've always had to build a kind of defense system, if you like, quote unquote, against this kind of claims lah. Apapun we have to live with it, dan sangat bagus Ahmad mengenengahkannya lagi, because itu perkara yang saya takuti, sebab pagi tadi Dr. Alwani telah menjelaskan ada 3 reaksi: pluralism, inclusivism, and exclusivism, as reactions to people doing so-called interfaith dialogue. But I just want to tell you that we also have been in the business of developing this science of dialogue. Actually, siapa yang berdialog? Interfaith dialogue is for whom? Dialogue is for whom? Why do you want to dialogue? So for me, one type of dialogue is dialogue of life, which is people of different cultures, of different belief systems, facing commonly faced issues like sekarang ni, unsustainability crisis, right? So what do people from different faith groups suggest that we do to overcome these issues? Kita tak sentuh orang punya agama. So actually, this is extreme situation where people think that kita mempersoalkan agama, and what these people also don't like is you put all the religions, so-called religions, at the same table, and for them no way that you should line up all the religions together on the same line, same space, same whatever it is. So bagi saya, we have to be extremely careful here. That's why I asked Dr. Alwani this morning, that you have to actually, kata apa ya, kita kena not only justify, you have to actually qualify the statements that you make. Right? So certainly Pusat Dialog has never ever been in the business of mendialogkan agama. So if anybody in Pusat Dialog now, maybe Dr. Duria perhaps want to do that, go ahead, but I think we will stay away from that because we are not qualified to do that. We are not qualified to do that. The names that Ahmad tunjukkan tadi tu, these are extremely scholarly people. So I'm sure in the Islamic tradition, I don't qualify to be one of them. Jadi for this kind of figures to argue with me, to say that what I'm doing is not right, then I will just say it doesn't dia tak bersangkutan dengan apa yang saya buat. Saya buat benda lain. Saya buat benda lain. Tapi karya ini memang selama-lamanya is an evergreen challenge. Itulah. Dan saya ucapkan terima kasihlah Dr. Wendy dan Ahmad dan sahabat yang menanyakan soalan tu. And please keep asking the questions. Please keep the momentum going. Sebab akhir sekali kita nak, macam Ahmad kata, dialog hati ke hati. Because at the end of the day, bagi saya, kita adalah Bani Adam. From the religious perspective, religion yang tertentu itulah. We are all Bani Adam. If you don't say you are Bani Adam, and Adam is a very critical notion. Lately, the scientists are saying that, those who don't believe in God and all of that, they are coming to terms with the fact that all human beings actually come from one single male. And they are calling him the biological Adam. Why Adam? They're borrowing it from the religious tradition. So I belabor this point, Dr. Wendy, because we are extremely careful. I don't want this 2 days conference untuk mencetuskan perkara-perkara yang kita regret. Kita nak menyatu padukan orang, tapi akhir nanti kita akan dapat berbagai fitnah dan perkara-perkara. Because we are now on social media, right? So as it is, saya minta sangat kalau ada sahabat dalam audience tu yang tak berpuas hati, yang rasa tidak dijawab soalannya, do come forward. Do not lash back at us on social media anonymously. Jangan macam tu sebab niat kita di sini baik. Ada banyak benda lagi kita boleh buat dalam dunia ni. Certainly berdialog untuk mencetuskan kontroversi itu bukan minat kita lah. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Azizan. I think that's a very valid point and a very important point for all of us to, to really take note, So like I said, I think what Ahmad is doing is something very courageous because it's going to be ongoing, this kind of critiques against, even just, for different civilizations to be sitting together to have dialogue with one another, right? It can be dialogue about anything, even that, there's a lot of critiques about that. So, and people have a lot of phobia because there's a lot of social stigma, against this. And we cannot be quiet, we cannot just keep quiet just because there's such critical, there's such critics out there. So I think it's important, to address these critics head on, and to really to explain, what dialogue really means. And I truly appreciate what Prof. Azizan mentioned. It's really about dialogue of life, It's really about, the challenges that we all, regardless of what culture or what religion background we come from. For instance, when we talk about climate change, we are all affected by climate change. When we talk about COVID, we are all affected by COVID, right? So what are our challenges when it comes to climate change? What are the challenges when it comes to COVID? So how do we work together as a, as a humanity? And how do we, find the different wisdom, from the different traditions, from the different religions, and bring all this wisdom together and work together as a humanity to overcome these common problems of humanity. So I think the point that Prof. Azizan brought forward, I think is something very, very pertinent for us to redefine, the civilization dialogue, and especially through this conference that we're having today. I think this is a wonderful opportunity. So once again, thank you so much, Ahmad, for your wonderful presentation, and of course, thank you so much, Prof. Azizan, for your insights. And over to you, Prof. Duria. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right. It's about to rain very heavily out there now. I am sitting near a window, but so we have come to an end to the first day of our ICONCIDI. So we have had 3 sessions, and for the last session, I would like to specifically thank Associate Professor Dr. Wendy as the moderator, and also the speakers, of course, Prof. Dr. Ibrahim Muhammad Zain, Mr. Muhammad Mustaqim Malik, and Mr. Ahmad Muhammad. So this late afternoon, we have learned a lot. We have gained knowledge and our perspective on science-related issues, and a follow-up to what we have heard this morning from actually a bit from Dr. Alwani and a bit from Dr. Visha. But it has been a wonderful day, and I hope when we rest tonight, we will ponder over the contents of what we have heard today from early this morning till what we have today, till what we have at 4 something. Is it 4:15 today? So I think with that, I think we'll end our session for today, and we'll meet again tomorrow morning, inshallah. Assalamualaikum and bye.
Thank you so
Salam.
much.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.